you ready for a brand new season? Cycle 4 Season 10 will begin on January 17th at 2. The new season means there are new legendary items to collect, which includes the C4 S10 set, glasses, parachute, mask, cover, AUG, and more. In addition, players can use the new titles archive system to view the number of times a title has been acquired, highest completion progress, which seasons they were obtained in, and more. We've also added 4 new titles this season: Phenom, Almighty, Medic, and Summit. And we've added a star display for the Conqueror tier. Every 100 points bumps you up 1 mini-tier and adds a star. Also, season badge records for Season 1 through Season 19 have been updated. So, what's your tier goal this season? And will you make it? Let us know in the comments. Best wishes for ranking up in the new season.
Great news! Metro Royale has debuted a new map. It's called Misty Port. This map is not only full of resources, but is also home to exciting battles. Additionally, the map has added zip lines and stairs to make moving about easier than ever. Also, to improve the player experience, we've added new bosses to the map. Try it out now.
give 'em hell. Oh yeah, I say just give 'em hell.
Wake up.
Wake up.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Pria itu sangat lelah. Malam itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaan. Perlahan, samar pria itu mendengar suara seperti ada yang sedang melakukan bela diri. Dia kagum ketika melihat satu sosok di depannya. Menyadari ada yang memperhatikannya, Master menghampiri pria tersebut. Sejak itu, Master dan pria tersebut terus berlatih bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
In yourself. Tiba-tiba, 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
And welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard region. My name is Contra, and here with me is Tash Bunny, and this is, of course, the start of the league. You're currently watching the very first day, and I am extremely excited as I'm joined here by Tash Bunny, and my name's Contra.
And I'm Tash Buddy, and why did I say that? But anyways, coming back to what I was talking about, I'm really excited because we have new names as well as old names coming through, and we are going to be seeing one of the hottest fights that we have ever seen as these teams try to make their way into the slots to the most prestigious PUBG Mobile event, this year.
That's right, we do have so many new names on board for this SEA Wildcard region this time around, and of course it does consist of many respective Southeast Asian teams, namely from Cambodia, Myanmar, Singapore, and even many more. Of course, not forgetting the Philippines as well. They do have a lot of amazing raw talents. You'll be able to see a lot of stellar names, the ones that have been known since the very first SEA Wildcards, even back in PMCO, are still playing up till now. And of course, the new bloods who are there to hunt out for their glory to see if they would get their shot at the SEA Championship as well. So of course, let's get straight into the program as we will bring you a lot of latest updates to PUBG Mobile. Let's start things off with PUBG Mobile's Power 4 Neo Assassins power that is available up for grabs. Once you lock into the game, you definitely want to spend all those points and look a whole lot cooler.
What's really important to talk about is like every single better. It's just something that PUBG did now before.
That's right, and of course, this is the Silver Guru set. It is the brand new Ultimate set that is currently available, and you want to look like a Grandmaster, you could basically go ahead and get it right now. You know, like, it's giving me a little bit of that Tekken vibes, which I actually love so much. Of course, not trying to compare those games, but just look at the weapon skin and tell me you don't want that in your bag. I absolutely want it.
I this the about how cool to see those skins and how much detail they are. But let's talk about the new Royal Pass that's available right now. So what's really important about getting this Royal Pass is the fact that you get a lot of new cosmetic items from it. I would say that this is something that's very, very worth it, especially as you log in every day to play. So you might as well get something out of it as you play. And I think that the new Royal Pass is definitely worth it. Especially look at that bloody amber grenade. It looks like you're throwing a beating heart that's going to explode onto people.
That's right, and you got so many things out of it as well. But what I'm most excited about is our collaboration with Bruce Lee, where this is a limited edition skin where you can have faith in yourself and train like the master that you are. The martial arts master Bruce Lee joins the PUBG Mobile Martial Arts Showdown, and you definitely want to look like the legend himself.
You know what's really cool? Like, literally right before we started, we saw the PMGC, I would say the opening act, where we saw Bruce Lee and the Bruce Lee act himself playing. And we were just talking about how iconic it is to have Bruce Lee in the game and how exciting it is to see the man himself, to play against him, to play as him actually, to take down their enemies in this battle royale. Regardless, don't forget to follow us here. Our pages, we have PUBG Mobile Esports, our fan page here over PUBG Mobile. We have MY from Malaysia, Philippines, as well as PUBG Mobile Esports SG as well. If you guys are over in Singapore, the Cambodians can follow PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia, Myanmar, as well as the fan page PUBG Mobile MM. And I think what's really cool about this is the fact that we can not only get a lot of updates from them, but also updates about the players themselves. Speaking about updates, we also have the overview of the 2023 PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring. So we're going to be seeing 5 matches a day from Wednesday to Sunday every week. This is starting from today all the way to 19th, where we will have 20 teams randomly put into groups of A, B, C, D, and E, where there's 4 groups per match.
That's right, and we're going to run it all the way back on week 2 as well. And once they're done, you hit into the top 16. So 4 teams will be eliminated from the weeks of play inside the league. And on the grand finals, it will only be a few teams remaining. And of course, they're contending for a whole lot of money as well. $40,000 are up on the line, and the points system is going to be 10 points for the winner chicken dinner, 6 points onwards, and anything lower, you will see the points dwindle down. But most importantly, for all the teams that are competing weekly, they will gather weekly bonuses. So once they are placed in respective brackets, every single match does matter, because once you finish the week, your placement will be calculated, and you add all that total points all together, and all the points gathered will be the starting point on the grand finals itself on who will actually get the lead. And of course, Tash, we got all of our participating teams that are currently on our screen.
Yeah, I think that these groups are pretty scary. Starting off with Group A, we have YG, KE, Glab, as well as Axis. And then for Group B, we have Skek, OJS, BPRS, PWR. Group C, GE, APG, Enigma, H2O. Group D, we have BG, TX, TBE, and FBE. And last but not least, Group E, FCON, FOD, SIN, as well as WPM. Now, if you see this list here, I was looking at the player rosters yesterday as well. Some of these teams may be returning teams, but their rosters have been changed. So we're going to be seeing a very, very different dynamic and very different playstyle from some of these teams as well as these players, and as well as some of new blood coming into the scene, whether or not they're able to take down the veterans of the scene.
Exactly, and of course, we're going to start off today's matches with Group A sitting out for the time being. The names such as Yangon Galacticos that many Myanmar fans have known and loved did go through that roster overhaul. People are excited to see what could they actually bring this time in the PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring, but they will have to rest for Game 1. BCDE will go first inside Sanok, and I am absolutely stoked. And after that, we'll have 2 rounds of Erangel to be played by ACDE and followed by ABCD. And on match 4 onwards, we're gonna head to our biggest map, which is Myanmar. So with that being said, I'm eager to find out who's going to be able to get that very first chicken dinner. So Tash, I believe it's about time we actually go in to, gauge what the power level is like. So before, of course, we get things started, of course, just like tradition, we like to go in for some predictions. So I'm just gonna call out a few names for the time being, and from the first game, I'm looking forward to these 3 respective teams, GE, Anchor PUBG, as well as Power. And I think there's really good reasons why I actually select some of these teams. GE so far has been showing up in their own region, and they've been able to secure multiple titles, and they have suddenly rise to the top of the podium. And then you have Anchor PUBG. They do have a staple roster of them, but I heard news that Zero had some things to do with his contract. I'm not too sure if he's going to be playing for this current season, but I do look forward to that. And then there's Power Esports, where they do have names like Few as well as Vigor. These names are well known and loved back in the Philippines region, where they did have so much success even from the very initial start of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Okay, so for my side, Viper's Clan, I think that Viper's Clan does have potential, and I haven't really seen them play just yet. So for me, it's more curiosity's sake, and it seems like when I've done my research, it seems like they do have a pretty good track record. So I have high hopes for them. Now for APG, between me and Zero, we're best friends. You know how much I'm a big fan of the team, and I've always loved seeing how they play. Now without Zero, I'm not sure if the dynamic will be the same or not. Regardless, for APG, they've always been a team that really tries their best. A very great and well-rounded team with great personalities. And last but not least, for Enigma. I think for Enigma, what's really important to talk about is how the players have changed. New roster, new team. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, because it seems like what they're trying to do here is move to a different direction with what they want to do, which players they want to go with, and how exactly they want to play. And I'm curious to see what is there to expect. Because when you reshuffle your whole roster, there is this expectation that's coming through, and that's exactly why my eyes are Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm just glad that we actually have this conversation to break it down, because we have so many talented players here who are about to duke it all out inside Sanok. Of course, usually we expect things to kick off a little tad slow, so give them a little bit more of that warm-up. So within 20 seconds from now, Tash, we're going to see who's going to be the most powerful team in the PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring 2023. So, without further ado, let's start off on our very first flight, as we are about to hit right in to our smallest map, 4x4, Sanok.
Ah, yes. The beautiful islands of Sanok. We meet once again. The smallest map, as you mentioned. And also, I would say the most bloodthirsty island, where we see some of the fastest fights early, where we see people either taking the long rotations or going to play safe. Now with this flight path over to the southern side, I'm curious to see if this would change any of the dynamics, because we all know that in terms of teams who want to play, I would say, doing the healing game, from what I've seen last season, I would say that dynamic is more of like a plan B rather than them thinking like all out going to go heal altogether. We saw Axis Esports do it before. They were one of the more prominent teams to like to do this strat. But with the changes of how these teams played, especially during PMGC last year, where players prefer to get kills, players prefer to go aggressive, I don't blame them, because as we saw earlier, with how the games, or at least the points are counted with the bonuses as well as the first place spot, I think it's very important to find that balance between getting an insane amount of kills if you want to, as well as survivability.
Exactly, and immediately when we kick things off, we're already seeing a little bit more action coming into Camp Alpha. Shots being fired as warnings coming from Burmese goals, but they will be attacked instantly by Chewy. The Singaporean side showing off with high flying curls, and Ranger, previously from RSG, is going to duke it all out. There is a little bit of pressure coming from the hills as Mogboy of PBE will actually get first blood by going for that Turk party.
God, for BG, look at them, 2 already downed and 1 more just crawling away for his life. His teammate can only look from the 2nd floor, and he's trying to stay as quiet as he can as the other members of FV are just trying to just sniff him out. Wow, what a shot there! Gets the perfect spray, moves away, and I think for the other members of FV, it's really important to play together, because if you see one of the members are so far away, they cannot swing together, they can't pincer him, they can't crossfire him, so it's really important that he doesn't get picked off and turn this around.
It's all down to May W, but there is PBB on the lookout, but Mogboy again with those long angles with the QBU, and they stole it away from Flash Vision Esports. And I feel bad for Flash Vision Esports. So they only walk away with 2 points, while Mogboy has been doing them dirty, just picking up 2 points for free. Like,
it's kind of like a group project, right?
Yeah, it is.
You didn't even turn up for the group project. You just come for the presentation. You just get 3 points.
And as much as I actually feel bad for Flash Vision, it must have felt even worse for Burmese goals to start off on such a rough start. Like, they were expecting to be able to challenge evenly, but because of the pressure coming from a third party, it wasn't a fair fight.
It wasn't just about that pressure. They were also gun diffed. It's just so unlucky that they weren't able to get the better guns. I mean, we did see one of the members of BG have that really good gun with the perfect sprays, which gave them a lot of the advantage. I mean, he still managed to get, 2 knocks, but wasn't enough to get those kills, which is really unfortunate. Now, speaking about kills, we saw APG just now. I believe that one of them were already down in the midst of the battle earlier. And now with only 3, and we are also talking about with no 0 here, we're seeing less of a, I would say, a rotation from them from last season, where we always see them move around. But this time, they're just holding into space, just one area. But it's going to be FCon with the sprays very early, hops out of the car, and put so much damage onto Shroud.
Yeah, they're going to be going in for the challenge. D2Y immediately gets him, and there will be a little bit more supplementary damage coming in from D2Y. And Chanlong immediately being knocked from the back with the flank angles coming in as well. APG doesn't really have much cover, and therefore they falter one after another. And I don't think there's much that can be done, because they've already lost one member from the get-go. Now they're only 1 member standing in the way. I don't think that they're going to be anywhere close by. Meanwhile, Power is going to join in the fray to challenge the rest of Falcon.
Man. We love a 3-way battle, and we love it even better when we have a 4th party coming. It's going to be Power. We saw Ojas on the high ground just now, just watching from further away, eyes like a hawk, just waiting to steal some more kills here. But for APG, an unfortunate situation with only 1 left, and now we're seeing a different fight going on as Power and FCon taking that fight 1-on-1. As Ranzer, all he's got to do is just snipe, get those headshots, steal those kills away, and it's just 3 points in the pocket.
My word.
As Goblin goes down.
And
as just he picked out his teammate.
look at how Power actually wraps them around, and they are just like moths to a flame right now. There's not much chances left for the side of Andrew. He's only got a Thompson in hand, but he will try to throw a Molotov. Not even in the nick of time, but will
the
do a little bit of
barbecue.
damage over onto Andrew for the time being. And there's not much that Andrew could possibly do, as the rest of
This is a
Power
nasty
are
corner.
about.
Ring around the Rosie. Hard to play when the door is closed. Opens it up. Gets sprayed. Beautifully done. Well played. Gets the kill. And you know what? Get ready for his other teammate as well, because I want to play for 2. Not gonna happen. Andrew goes down, but Wako, I think, is the last person standing for Power.
Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic if you look at how Phase 1 has started off for a majority of these teams. Power looked like they were in control of the situation. They did get 3 points in return, but at what cost? They're only down to 1 member left, which I felt the fight could have been a little bit cleaner, and the reaction speed was not as timely as it should be, and therefore, at least we do see those exchanges coming right in as members of the side of Falcon did trade back, but of course, paid a hefty fine for it.
Honestly, these early fights are pretty brutal, except for APG and Power, where the teams actually get out unscathed. And even if it's unscathed, you still have 1 player left alive. We don't have the situation where we have still 3 more up or 2 more up. It's a very big loss to lose your teammates this early. And even then, FCON, they did go get the first place. They are the first one to hit 4 points with 4 kills in the bag, but at what cost? Their life.
Yeah, and overall, you look at the power level for some of these teams. Sure, they're showing their strengths in the early game, but they only walk away with roughly an average of 3 to 2 points for the time being. Falcon got 4, but it costed them the whole team. So they're not going to be switching positions unless if there are certain teams that did last longer, did not survive till very late into the game, then perhaps they do have a chance to at least secure perhaps a ratio of top 9 till top 13. As we take a look at the mini-map, it's zooming right down towards the south side, but right now, Skur is about to lock into the battle against the Singapore favorites, H2O.
Ooh, gonna cook up that nade, looking for the perfect angle to throw it inside. He does throw it, gets a kill. Gets 2 actually. Look at these sprays coming in from Marcus. Insane. And Watt, the last player left alive, goes down. But even then, look at the damage that he's done to them. 2 knocks.
That's a whole lot going on, and H members lying in wait on the lower sector of the map. So this is going to be a tough challenge for the rest of SKR if they were forced to move away. But for the time being, H2O, they've already been spotted out, and SKR does have a lot of resources left. Northwestern Passage, they do have a couple of buggies. They shouldn't be all too worried.
You know what's crazy? Imagine if Power or H2O managed to get a chicken dinner just by not having that extra manpower. I'm gonna be screaming if that were to happen. And because this game has so many, I would say, things that can impact the outcome.
Yeah.
Like, it would be crazy if they did. Regardless, now for Flash Vision just now, we did see them actually in fights as well, and they actually managed to get 2 kills out of it. And with all of them still very much healthy and alive, they are one of those teams that I think would be considered one of the favorites to make it out alive. And as I said that, it's gonna be Master Smile. Not down, but there's gonna be a trade by West as well. So H2O and GE trading off each other, regardless of H2O only having 2 men still up. Still putting a very, very good fight against GE with 1 more knock. But for the other members of GE, I think what's really important here is they can actually survive safely, but they do knock out H2O out of the game.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for H2O. I mean, they were pincered off from so many different angles. They took the fight against SKR, and after that, like, I was really uncertain if they should have actually went for the challenge, because they were already down to 2 members left, and you would expect to fight a full squad if ever the reason is. And for the time being, at least H2O shows that they can retaliate if they want to. Meanwhile, the X is currently being challenged by SKR once more. And we're seeing a little bit of attacks landing over onto the rest of members of TX for the time being. But they're not exactly retaliating, so they will be held back over the spine of the hill as they try to cut across Kawi. And now, SKR really dominates this entire region. let's see what Aaron could possibly do. Perhaps he could basically turn this fight around by finding a pick against SK.
Marcus has been great playing in the front line with his teammates just now. He's given so much value and so much space for his team. But if we look at the circle, gonna just move toward the left side here, is pulling toward Painan, as we see more and more players start to rotate inside. So you can see from the right side there is where a lot of, I would say, the heavy traffic is coming through, especially from the quarry, from cave. It's going to be really hard to come in from the east side.
Yeah, and at the time being, there's actually 3 teams that are also moving slowly by the blue zone. They are still tanking certain damages from the outskirts. I hope they do have enough resources because inside of Sandok, the healing meta is still pretty much prevalent, but perhaps heading to the late game, it's not really the wisest of choice in such a difficult scenario. Now, GE gets Pincer off, and Enigma is sure to go in for the exchange. They find those knocks, but they couldn't really get the angles to secure the elimination just yet. Well, Master Chi, he tries to cut across, and eventually will be tagged.
That's interesting how GE is just meeting with so many different teams, taking so many fights, and they are in trouble as West running out of time alongside Smile. Master Azai, as well as his teammate, I don't think they can do anything from that area. They were not close enough to fight back. They weren't close enough for a cross or another pickoff. So, gonna lose 2 out of that, and it's a very unfortunate situation. As his other teammate's going to be bleeding to
Look
death.
at SKR as well. They're trying to cut across. Meanwhile, Viper, out of nowhere, gets a snipe across the quarter region and finds a member of SKR. For the time being, the rest of Viper are also moving from the outskirts. Exchanges coming in from Koopa. They do eliminate Ichi by the end of it all. TX, however, still struggling to make ends meet. They really have to cut through Quarry in no time, I would say. And thankfully for them, SKR has been cleared out by Vipers, so they have them to tank for it.
Vipers, honestly, I would say their performance is really catching me off guard. I mean, I did predict them earlier, but only because I had a sort of feeling, or rather, I had sort of an expectation for them, but I didn't expect them to show their fangs, get it, tigers, this early. But they're actually exceeding my expectations, staying safe, staying pretty healthy. Their rotations are not exactly the fastest, but you can tell that they have an idea in mind with how they choose to take these rotations or take up that space. But now for GE, with only 1 person left alive, look at how many teams are in front of him. And honestly, that particular compound is not my favorite place to be. I mean, outside. I mean, inside is always better than outside, but you are in a higher chance to get knocked out. And one member as Vipers getting knocked down there by a member of Enigma, but Caps is in trouble.
Oh, Caps is slowly being chased upon. Deje is going to be attacked as well. Enigma trading back, having Spooky to tank for it as they do cover their tracks. Now, Enigma is also by the edge, but thankfully, the next region's not going to be too far away for stage 4. Therefore, Enigma, they can commit to some of all these battles, and they're trying to spot out the rest of OJ as well. Spoogle eventually goes down, and the rest of Enigma, they have such a good leverage onto the corners of these warehouses where they can currently defend. Meanwhile, Rain, he's tanking certain damages, and he's slowly trying to get his health bars back up. Whereas, take a look at Enigma, 5 points of elimination in stage 4 alone. They are on track for success.
Man, Enigma. I knew that they had a plan in mind when they picked up this roster. And I think that they absolutely know what they're doing. Look at where they are right now, in the quarry, playing outside of the circle. Now, they're not in any threat of being stopped about going inside. Their idea is that they want to stop other members coming inside. They want to farm as many kills as they can. And by not allowing anyone to cross the border from the blue zone in the zone itself, it means that it's going to be really easy pickings as we are in stage 4 of the circles.
That's right, and currently West Point Mamba is being challenged by grenades after grenades, taking on the X. The X plays a little bit more passively as they did manage to survive the quad attack early on by SKR, but this time around, without much vision, they're just leaving everything up to chance, but they know they're going to be close around. As for PBE, they're taking another battle of their own. Enigma still holding strongly inside of the compounds. And just look at how well West Bank Mamba zones them off, meaning to say in less than a minute, they really have to move right in, and Hang is
Hang.
already getting clipped.
Oh, that's actually really beautiful through the smoke, as well as Michi will be the one, as well as his teammates are going to be just making it rain from the top side as the grenades fall. Beautifully done, as Sonic will be the first one out of the game. Well, not out of the game, but knocked out there by another grenade. And I think that's going to be a huge problem.
Wow.
now, because Hang is knocked down once again. WPM is relentless.
And just look at their health bars melting. They're outside the blue zone. They won't be able to survive. And they will all be flushed out of the match. 11 spot finish for DX, and that's just about it. But hey, that was some really good battle over the kills. Let's take a look at the river, where we have PBE trying to draw blood against the rest of FODG. And I'm looking at most of these players by the corners of the water. They don't really have much of a cover left. Rankit's gonna be pinned, and they're gonna wait for some rescue. But how could they do it? They couldn't really cut across. There's too much pressure coming within, and OJS is going to be the one that has the high hills to control, and PBE will be wiped out at 9th spot.
Oh man, so unfortunate to be caught in the middle of an area because they're not able to cross the bridge. They have to swim, and swimming means that you're literally sitting ducks in sitting ducks in the water. Haha, sorry. You're literally sitting ducks in the water, and you are gonna get picked off one by one, and that's exactly what happened to them. As the numbers of the teams dwindle here, we saw that the circle is going to the outskirts of Painan, where it's absolutely an open area. There's not a lot of compounds around, and most teams just waiting outside the circle instead of going into the middle itself. Now, as time runs out, it looks like OJ is still on the upper hand. It doesn't seem like they are stopping this momentum from those early picks, as well as these all-out battles. It seems like in terms of how they're holding the area has been extremely strong.
Indeed it is. As much as they are holding on to a certain area, take a look at the Enigma's position. Eventually, when they do cut across the spot of the hill, they might be able to spot out 1 or 2 members out of OJS, and perhaps that could overwhelm them. Enigma currently tanking out the blue for the time being, but they should be able to make it in no time. But was Bang Mamba, they're here to suppress them and pin them all down, while Sin is still having 3 more members alive. They only find 1 pickup by the corner of the Painan, but they will have to go through Flash Vision. Chewie over on top, and Ranger constantly pressuring them through the smoke with all these grenades being tossed right in. Sin doesn't really have much space to run, and eventually they will have to cut across.
Oh man, Sin with Proxy down, the other 2 members of Sin, I don't think they have a chance to even cross up and even get that pickup. If they want to survive, they gotta move now. And because they have a vehicle, or at least the back of this vehicle's at least hauled onto, they have a little bit of cover to cross, but it doesn't seem like Flash Vision is gonna give them the space at all. They're just spraying toward their area. The grenades are coming through. Thankfully, no damage at least knocks them out just yet, but holy Lanju, taking in a lot of damage, nearly knocked down.
And now we continue on with only 7 more teams remaining. Chewie does eventually get another knock upon Boy. And Capper, he just misses the mark. Zai still survives. Genesis Esports just slowly, sheepishly smiling across, thanking for his own life. And he's got vision upon 3 members of OJES. This could look bad for them.
Speaking of bad, OJS, this high ground is giving them so much value. They spot the other members of Enigma, gets 1 knock there. Beautifully done. Spooky gonna be picked up, no problem, as Caps gonna give at least get the idea where the other members are. Looks like Caps is in trouble. Ranger gonna be spotting him out, but Sky Nin with the sprays finds Spooky just again, who just got picked up, and Caps will be run down to his death.
Sharp as ever, Skynin still performing very well. Seasons after seasons, we see him just thriving throughout this wildcard qualifiers, and now they will be making it into the top 5. The rest of OJS looking really strong with the high ground advantage against all the others who are still struggling by the quarters of Painan. As much as SBE has numbers advantage, they're still trying to settle it down with the fights over on the corner of the township. Meanwhile, GE, they could be kingmakers here to see whether if they could basically take out OJES in this matchup. And Rancer goes ahead to take 1 more out of West Bang Mamba.
Oh man, Michi! What a big shot there, or a big pick rather. As WPM running out of members, Zai goes down. Skynin is absolutely sharp, actually. Thinking of how he's taking up space and how aggressive he is, I'm actually so surprised how he's not punished for that play. But the Mings, what an angle he's playing from. Gonna be found out eventually. Astro already with 2 in the pocket, unstoppable with 10 eliminations. I think that OJS right now is a situation where they are just on fire.
And meanwhile, 5 of Dev does have absolute control as they are trying to take out the entirety of Flash Vision Esports Roll with 1 tick of health remaining. He has to heal up, only 4 seconds left before the push comes in. And eventually the taps comes true with Joseph covering the flank. And that will leave the Malaysian team settling for a top 4 finish. Mind me, it's actually a Singaporean team. Meanwhile, we continue with the fight with Astro taking out Joseph after he reveals himself as they were picking on Flash Vision. WPM still has 1 member left, and I wonder what could they do. OJS is just having the numbers advantage, and the grenades fall short. Couldn't really clip him off in time.
They're just like trading grenades at this point. Both of them throwing at the same time, both taking some damage, but it's being Ozja that makes it out alive. And I'm not surprised at this point. Because honestly, if you see how they play, the area they've been holding, they're prioritizing information over cover. They're prioritizing the high grounds. And look at how they play. They have great crossfires and great teamwork as well. It's so hard to get those flanks on them. And on top of that, they're really sneaky with those pickoffs.
Yeah, and the only team that could challenge Ozja Esports was the sole member of Genesis Esports, but he did not make a move on them, and therefore they were left uncontested. And once again, they have Skynin to thank for it. He's been playing for multiple seasons already, and the sharpshooter of Cambodia have been able to thrive with so much damage being offered on the tank. Somewhere 18, and then you take a look at most of these members, they barely even take any damage. 73, yeah, that's just a little bit of a dust off his shoulders. So, therefore, Skynin still reigns supreme, and we'll keep our eyes on him. How much more can he offer in these upcoming games?
I think it's really cool the fact that Skynin is not only just taking so much damage, but as you mentioned, that is the fact that he didn't get punished for his aggressive plays. He didn't get punished for playing so close, rushing out forward, and he even had a drive-by kill at the end as well. That's how daring this guy is. And you would expect to see that usually we see maybe a drive-by happening as the car is the distraction and your teammate will I would say trade you for it as you are passing by. But he himself is the distraction, is the damage dealer, as his teammates are just scrambling amongst each other, trying to pick each other up. And I would say that Skynin has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting as well in his team, and just giving a sense of direction and allowing his team so much space and so much areas of cover that it didn't give another team at all any chance to even come forward to take the area they have. And I was sort of expecting maybe Enigma to go a little bit aggressive, maybe get a pick off, rush up forward, take that space away from OJS. But it didn't happen.
Yeah, and overall, just look at how clean Ozja has been able to secure this round itself. The way that they've rotated was absolutely impeccable. Really smart rotations where they were covering grounds from the high heels and never really given much of spacing to other teams to be able to challenge them because of how each players have scouted all about to understand, okay, there won't be challenges coming from the back after they've cleared them off, and they could just focus on what exactly is in the front. And all the other teams that were coming in from Painan, they were all basically going through the crosshairs of Ozja, and also all the other teams as well, and that made it pretty much pixel perfect for them. They don't really have to worry all too much to secure this winner chicken dinner.
Also a really cool fact as well is the fact that for Ozja, I think we've noticed that in the beginning, their rotations, I wouldn't say aren't as aggressive or as fast as I would say the other teams. We saw them really holding, and they got the first 2 points by just really being really sneaky, getting those pickoffs, being a third party. And I wouldn't really even say third party, it was just mostly kill steals at that point. Now that is exactly, I would say, what's the word for it? being very efficient with how you get your points. You don't have to go all in for those points, and Ozja has that idea on how to do that.
All right, of course. So let's take a look at some of all these stats as well that we do have on our screen at the moment. Is we've already seen Asia secure the winner in the chicken dinner, and then you have 5 of Danger also hailing in from Cambodia to be able to offer quite a substantial impact in this particular match. Let's go through the highlights once again to see what goes out.
I think it's really surprising that on this map, this first game of today, we're seeing Myanmar pop off. Sorry, Cambodia pop off. The fact that we are sort of expecting our usual suspects, maybe Philippines, maybe Malaysia, to really go off. But the fact that Cambodia is doing so much better is showing us a whole different storyline for this season already. And I'm hoping that this is the case and not just, I would say, first map luck. But if you see how each team was playing here, especially on Sanhok, I think I can already safely say that the healing game, probably not something we're going to be seeing as a plan A anymore like we used to. We're going to be seeing more aggressive fights, early picks, especially as the gun diffs happen. Regardless, here are the match rankings for today, where Ozja, 10 elimination points and a total of a whopping 12 elims, giving them 222 points.
Off to a really great start, and then you look at their Cambodian brethren as well. 13 points on second place with a astounding 8 total eliminations from that chaotic fight across Painan, and they managed to also eliminate Flash Vision Esports that was holding on really strongly. The sole Singaporean team that was surviving for most part after H2O was left defeated early on, really pressed on with the pressure, and they had that hit start on Cam Alpha as they rotated in from the Alpha section all the way to the south. I'm really surprised on their performance because they did manage to survive for a really long time, despite all these other pressure coming from the rest of the teams. Meanwhile, we have West Point Mamba with 9 points to secure a 4th place finish. Enigma will get themselves an 8-pointer to conclude that top 5 for the very least. And also, remember guys, follow us on our social media platforms. We're everywhere on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, you name it, we've got it. So if you're from these respective regions, you definitely want to leave that follow, or even hit that like button, or even subscribe if you want to. So for now, we are going to prepare for our upcoming game heading into Erangel shortly. So with that being said, of course, Tash, I know that there's a lot to talk about where we have already seen so much that was offered from Asia. I'm pretty sure that you were also impressed by other teams as well. So heading to Erangel, we'll see Group A, C, D, as well as E perform. And finally, we get Group A on board. So how exciting is that?
And they are actually one of my, I would say, favorite teams. I've been following them for a long time, and you all know that. Coming from Malaysia, you kind of follow the stories of these players from the beginning of time. But at the same time, Younger Galacticos is also playing as well, and I would say that they are one of the names that we've known as some of the powerhouses here for PUBG Mobile, especially in the C League coming soon. So these two teams, I have a lot of expectations for them, but in terms of what to expect against all these other teams' performance and how aggressive they can be, it's going to be a whole different story.
That's right. And of course, while we talk about that, let's bring up our predictions real quick for Game 2. Well, my predictions here will go over for KE, where I think like there's still a lot left on the tank for them. Now, I pre-predicted this, that Austria's going to do well. I didn't expect in Game 1.
I don't know how you predicted that.
I hope that some reason that will give them more momentum heading into Game 2, and of course in the classic map like Erangel, everybody will have a lot more spacing to fight, and of course there will be pressure on them. And as for Burmese goals, they didn't really have a lot of room to play because they were pincered off by both Flash Vision and also PvE. I hope this time it will be a smoother cruise for them.
You know, when we talk about Axis, one thing that I've remembered, always known about them, is their signature, how aggressive they can play, how really fast they can go. But that was during the Voke era. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be the same this time around, but I do want to see that aggression still be around, regardless of whether or not they're still playing together. And I want to see that happening. Now for Sin, we saw their performance earlier. It wasn't like the most stellar performance, but the potential is there. I mean, when you think about Sanhok, it can be a little bit more rowdy, a little bit more rough, a little bit more quick. Some teams are not quick on following onto that momentum. Now, as you go into Myanmar, as you go into Erangel, the dynamics change, the pacing changes, and some teams that we've seen before, especially Axis, can thrive in that situation.
That's right. And with that being said, I believe that we'll see a lot more of them. Where Axis Vita, as compared to their brother team over on to PMPL MY, I think like they've been around for some time and they've always been fighting really hard. Is this squad that consists mainly out of SG players have been able to show up big time in multiple tournaments already, and we definitely hope to see them really be ready for what Erangel has to offer. And you know, I'm glad that you also brought up H2O, because early on in that quarry fight, when we saw them being contested by SKR and eventually fell to the demise of another team such as GE, they did put up a fight. It's just that they didn't really have enough of those resources to work with, and they did retaliate against SKR at the very least. So perhaps this time things would look much better for them as well, as we're getting ready for our upcoming match. I think like there's a few other teams that really surprised me, like FOD on that past round, on that second place finish, just looking sublime, especially for Joseph, right? Like, he rapidly goes in for the cover fire to take down Flash Vision, and majority of them are so reactive to situations. And also to note for many of all these other teams, I'm just absolutely glad to see a lot of familiar faces this time around returning back into the SEA Wildcard, and this time as a PMPL, finally a league of their own. And therefore, like, this is their time to shine, I would say. As much as you know, like, there's a lot of teams that's hailing from the Philippines. They may not have won game one, and I really do hope that, you know, down the line, once everybody's warmed up, we'll see a lot more winners on that list.
It's not just about the winners, it's about that potential as well, to see these teams work and be better as we go, as they play against all these other teams internationally. Because as we know, from even every region, every country, each play style can be different. As I just remember, the healing game for Sanhok in particular started off in Indonesia, and then Malaysia got popularized. So this is about whether or not they're able to adapt with the global style of gameplay. Which country's gameplay suits the, I would say, the global meta better. And personally, I'm really curious to see how exactly it will work out here. But honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed in a lot of the teams that, you know, that are returning, because I did have a lot of high expectations. But then again, as I mentioned before, it is Sanhok. It's really hard to put a gauge on what exactly we can expect from these games until we go into Miramar as well as Erangel.
Yeah, I believe that the real battle is about to be started, and that itself we consider perhaps a little bit of warm-up for everybody back in Sanhok. Certain teams, especially those who are inside of Group A, they don't get that warm-up run, so expect some of them to try to get accustomed to the layers of gameplays that the rest are actually churning up from the past matchup itself, if they are continuing in this upcoming group, which will consist of Group A, C, D, as well as E. So for the time being, that will mean that Group B will be taking a rest, and therefore we will be seeing certain familiar faces that we had in that past round. So it will take a while before we get ourselves into that lobby. So what I really wanted to point out as well, on the stats that you were talking about, like adapting to a global meta, I remembered in a particular season back in 2019, those were still the PMCO days, one particular wildcard team from Cambodia, namely Orange Esports, made history after 2 seasons of them playing in different squads, and once they were brought together and they were given that fighting chance, they pull off the most miraculous run ever. And mind you, back then, wildcards have to go through qualifiers. You could easily be eliminated if you don't play well for 2 rounds of play, 3 rounds of play, and then they go into the C League, challenging titans back then like Bigatron Esports, RRQ, you name it, they have it all across C.
You're bringing nostalgia when
Yes.
you're bringing those big
Yes,
names
and
up, you
imagine
know?
on the final day they cut into the top 16, and then after that they made it into the C finals. On the C finals, they made it into the top 5, which qualifies them to the global play-ins. And on the global play-ins, they took the final spot as well to get to the global
No
rounds.
way.
And from that global round, they secured themselves a respectable position within the top 8. And I remember it being a high top 8 as well. So sometimes even sticking back to your guts, your own style of play can work out as well. And I'm hoping to see some of that and maybe a little mix of that global play as well. So perhaps that will be the grand balance that they're looking for.
I really liked seeing these players that learn and adapt, you know, especially as we know some of these teams actually go and have these global scrims. They learn a lot from the other teams. They pick up new plays and new ways to play. And that's why it's really important that these players actually go out of their way to play internationally. Because when we talk about like these teams playing in one country, some teams that don't do scrims overseas, they only scrim with the same people and over again. I think we've seen this happen over time and time again. How like we would see the Malaysian teams, whenever they rotate, it's always going to be the same area because they always are used to playing with each other. They're always going to meet each other. But as we have seen recently, as I would say the community or globalization happens, it's a lot has changed since then. Now I want to talk a little bit about Axis Esports again. Like I got confused between Axis Vita and the main roster of Axis, and I just realized that their roster actually consists of both boys and girls. And I think this is something that's very, very great for me in my opinion, because we always talk about a whole girls league. But seeing girls playing with guys in the main stage, I think is what a lot of the esports enthusiasts, or rather the PUBG mobile enthusiasts, has wanted to see on the big stage for a long time. And I really do hope that this actually is something that is sustainable, can go far, because I do want to see a mixed league as we go into the future.
Yeah, and even back in the past, we've seen certain successful candidates who are, of course, female talents that join some of all these pro teams. They were the pioneers of trying to break this barrier. And of course, now a lot of things have changed, and because of all these pioneers, it has paved way for so many ladies to be joining along the ranks where, you know, women are just as equal as men when it comes down to esports. And I'm glad that Axis Vita did prove this to be the point, right? And they're about to have their very first game. So I wonder what their playstyle look like, because it's been a while since I've checked into, you know, scrim results and stuff. And back onto the notion where you were talking about, you know, scrimming with international talents and stuff. Like, I do think that there are teams that do so, but there are also ping disparities at times where, of course, you want to connect to a certain server. So therefore, playing perhaps around the C region, that will be great enough. Where I think me as during my time as a team manager, there was this particular instance where I was getting my particular team back then to train with all these international talents, which they did really well. And then once they were competing against the local league, they had their fair share of struggle because the playstyles are so different. So there are times where I guess certain teams will also like to prioritize maybe knowing your closest enemies first and foremost a lot better will propel you up to speed, and then later on you worry about the opponents that you will eventually meet then to be ahead of yourselves, right? So I guess like two ways of looking at the coin, but I don't think there's ever a wrong way to do so. So all in all, preparation is a must. So if you guys are aspiring to become a PUBG mobile player and you've been trying a whole lot, there's always all the national championships in your respective region, and also qualifier runs that you definitely want to check out from your own squad, or, you know, ask around the community who like to join you, and let's see if you can keep up with the pace of all these stellar players that are on board. So Tash, I guess it will take a certain while before we get into our next matchup. So, back to certain consideration, of course, now that we're going to Erangel, the game pace is going to be different. And, of course, the map particularly had small little changes from a couple patches ago. I think, like, now, Erangel is becoming a lot more accessible for certain teams that do not even choose cities to loot from. Sometimes you go with that so-called jungle strategy, you go into an uncharted area and start looking for some cheeky angles to disrupt enemies on that rotation. I feel like it's really important for teams to secure enough resources from the early game, especially vehicles, to get across the map. And speaking of which, Tash, I believe we're about to get ourselves into our first match.
I'm really excited as we go into our first Erangel match of the day. This is where things get wild, and with 1 minute to go, there's a lot of situations happening. Now, if you remember last season's, a lot of the circles surprisingly ended up near SMB as well as the ferry pier. To a lot of the players, I would say displeasure is not necessarily the easiest rotations to do. It's a lot of prioritization of holding on to your areas, whether you want to hold on to mainland or you want to hold on to the island. And I'm hoping that at least today, they get a pretty easygoing circle.
That's right. And with that in mind, I mean, you know, you may ask for something easy, but everybody loves to see a battle between
chaos,
the Islanders and the mainlanders. So I wonder if that's going to happen to shake things up a little bit to kick off our first round inside of Erangel. Now, also to note for the fact that majority of all these teams, whether it's scrims or not, some of them are actually contesting for some drop spots, just like how we saw back in Camp Alpha of Sanok. So we're about to see them duke it all out. And with that in mind, Contra as well as Tash Buddy here will be bringing you through the PMPL SEA Wildcard region for this spring split. And now we head to Erangel.
As the gamers say, sheesh. Sorry, very old lame joke. But coming back into Erangel, now we won't be, hopefully for the teams that did come up on top just now, were aggressive. The momentum would still be there to bring them a little bit more aggression as well as fast rotations in this map. But for the rest, this might best be the right mindset or the right way to play it, as they know that Sanok's already out of the way. Regardless, flight path from SMB going up towards Stelber. So those who are going to Georgia Paul, Zarki, Hospital, Quarry, Primosk, whatever it is that is toward the west side, are gonna go for a little walk. There are some teams that decide to just crash into another team's place, which is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. They can contest and on top of that get those kills, but it is a high-risk play. Now, whether or not they want to do that, it can come with a lot of consequences. Now, if you remember last year, Philippines is one of those teams that don't really have a set drop spot. They drop wherever and whatever they want to, and they just go aggressive.
And this is what we will expect from majority of all these teams. As for the moment, maybe for West Point Mamba as well as Game Labs as joining in for the very first game. From the hailing from the Philippines, I do hope that they will be able to thrive and find a smooth way out of the island should the circle goes out of their favor. And yes, it does. But at least it's just something that you ask for, something a little bit more neutral, where currently not many teams are journeying their way into the first stage itself. So it will take a while before Burmese goals or even the likes of FOD to find enough resources to cut across into the central area.
I love that Game Lab drops straight in the middle of SMB. There's a lot of supplies there. No one's gonna bother them aside from WPM, but they're all the way over on the east. So what is going to be really cool is the fact that if they want to rotate up north, there's no problem at all. They can just cross the bridge, go up north, don't have to worry about it, but it's going to be a big fight here really early as West playing the round around the rosy, gets one, shot straight in the face, jump shot there with the shotgun, didn't get into West, but the sprays are a little bit too strong. West knocks two. I can't believe he's actually getting away with murder. His teammates are not even close as Proxy takes all of that bullet damage, runs upstairs for his life. He needs med packs. He needs to reset as his teammate Master's Eye running forward. And Wes, are you serious right now? You already got kills in your pocket and you got away with 2 kills. Murder? I don't know what this man is on, but the momentum from game 1 is just on top for him. And Sin is in trouble. And you can see there FV33K running for his life.
Yeah, and I do believe that there is so much that he can still offer. GE does find a clip onto them as well. Sin being overwhelmed with a little bit of a surprise, and they will be able to go in for the revive as well. Things are just starting to heat up, especially across this Rozak at school section. And H2O are looking around. Falcon sending more members in. There's going to be enough for them to eventually infiltrate the entirety of the school dormitories, and they will eventually gather enough resources. Micro Uzi still very much viable in the current meta, and they should be able to swarm in no time. H2O pretty well spread out though, so I hope that they could hold them on. And H2O unleash a couple of shotgun shells straight to their face.
Oh, not a great situation here, as Laboals will be the first one to go down. You can see Konchan as well, gonna be traded out at least. They can still be picked up here, but with Konzi so very low, running for his life, he needs to get that reset before he can actually pick up his teammates. But in this situation here, you want to pick him up, but you all know that the other members of H2O, very, very healthy, are able to safely pick up their teammates. But here comes the cavalry. Here comes Andrew. Gonna be try and play the hero here as he throws the healing packages so that they can heal up first, and at least he can go aggressive, pick up the teammates on the top side, get the reset, and continue what they did earlier.
Wow. This is where we'll see whether or not, even despite them losing a member, H2O could bounce back from that deficit. Now, the pushes are coming into effect as well, but they don't really have those resources. They're relying on bandages for the time being. Chico, he's got no helmet, no vest, so he might just want to be the one to perhaps soak in a little bit of that damage should the effort were to push. But for the time being, the rest of H2O, they're just basically taking the upper grounds on the second floor as Falcon. Don't really want to go in for a full swarm just yet, because this could be a very devastating off angle for them to check once they do step into that particular floor.
It's a bit hard as well, because as they come upstairs, look at how they're holding the angles here. They walk up, they don't have that peeker's advantage either. They don't have the right angles, as you mentioned before as well. So any spray coming from H2O toward FCON is not going to be good. But speaking of kills, it's going to be Sonic going down. WPM once again showing how aggressive they can be, and this is what we like to see. But FCON slowly making their way upstairs, passing by Fred Halls, and they didn't see him. Hello? I can't believe he got away with that!
Perhaps so, and Falcon, they're being blindsided with the smoke as well. The rest of H2O, they're not even moving a muscle for the time being. We do have the rest of them just holding this entirety of the site. We do have the UMP in hand as well. Let's see what he does with the UMP. Mao just hoping to find that small, tiny little angle. And the damages are being done! But there's no reaction from the rest of H2O. They won't be able to trade right back. Now Falcon walks straight right in. And those shotgun shells are not going to work. The rest of Falcon flushes off the shards of H2O.
But look at what else is being flushed out. Is gonna be Enigma. Honestly, this is the second time this has happened. First in Sanok, second time here, but Koopa does get a trade. It's gonna be on WPM, one member of there going down here. So it's not necessarily the worst thing that happened, but Enigma makes it out alive.
And they turn it around
with the aggression, and they punish them for it.
My word, every member left remaining, Enigma, have been able to overwhelm them with just 2 members holding over the hill, and just West Point Mamba being obliterated just like that. That was something that nobody suspected, because they looked like they had the upper hand, but they were also driving straight into the Fangs. Well, should I say, they were the ones with the Fangs. And they just got blown up in such a point-blank fight.
I mean, this is the same thing that happened in Sanok. It's the same beginning of the story, but this time Enigma changed the ending, so they make it out alive. Because they did a 2-2 situation there, where this time, instead of playing 4 together and getting all run down at the same time by WPM, this time, because of that separation, they were able to get a trade from the other side. And because of that as well, they were able to revive their teammates. Genius.
Yeah, and now they were the ones to start off with the solid, massive 4-pointer of a lead. So they can take it slow for the time being, and that sort of section where they were holding on Enigma, I would say, is relatively smart as well, because that is a certain area that many teams were looking to catch teams off mid-rotation. And instead of like shooting from those high ground and just perhaps hope that these teams will have their cars blown up, they set it in such a way that teams will drive into them and then they blow them up. It's a little bit of risk, but look at the payout. It's great.
High risk, high reward. We love that. And we've seen time and time again, especially the Filipino teams, they love to play aggressive. But this ping pong circle, though, I don't think a lot of players are going to be happy with this, especially YG. Look at how the area they've held over near ruins, that high ground. They held out the whole area by themselves for a long time. It gave them a lot of information, but they're going to get down. And we all know that rotating off a high ground can be one of the most dangerous things, as teams over on the other side can just pick you off as you slide down the terrain.
Look at what's going on. PBE is chasing
GTA?
upon members
GTA?
of BG, and he flipped over halfway through. Come on, dude. Not like this. Burmese goals are not really having a good time ever since the start of Sanok, and now they draw the attention over onto MayW, and this does not look good at all. The rest of PBE, they're happy to loiter on the outskirts, and they spot out Edward as well. They see the car parked on the corner, and this is going to be another 3-point in. PBE really knows how to hunt for their points, but thankfully for BG, they get the point denied by the play zone.
I was gonna say, like, we were just talking about Axis earlier, and finally we see our first glimpse of them, but oh my god! I was literally gonna say, baby's in trouble. She's all alone. But she was running a shotgun, but she probably got a heart attack of life. Probably instinctively shot that shotgun shell, and she's like, oh, great. Had a heart attack, but a free kill in return. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
And she did it without even having a second guess, right?
Flinch.
She didn't even flinch, and the best option left available, I mean, that 1v1 could have resulted 50-50, but you have the rest of...
it just so happened that she had the better gun in that situation for CQC.
And also you have the rest of Axis Esports also moving in, Axis Fighter, I mean, or even if she does fall down on her knees, there will be enough time for them to come back to at least trade back. Now, the rest of KE are taking the entirety of the section of Pacheki while they plan themselves over on the high grounds of the church. Whereas, BG, we saw what they were struggling with, not only the play zone, but PBE out there on the hunt. They finally shook them loose at the very least, but now the journey inwards into the circle will be congested, as most teams are already across that central area, and most of them will have to play through areas like Rozog, School, as well as Pachinki. And there's also a little bit of wiggle room into Ruins, but I don't think that BG will journey into that far of a territory for the time being. And now, back to Axis Fire. I believe they spotted out some members moving in from Genesis Esports.
For some reason, the song Dumb Ways to Die has been playing in my head over and over. Especially after we saw that massive accident earlier. It's just one of those situations where it's extremely unlucky, but you don't want it to happen. It's a situation where it's the worst way to go, but it's also the rarest way to go.
And it was one of the most untimely way to go as well, right?
Exactly!
I feel like it's just bad luck. You can't blame it on the team. You can't blame it on anyone else. And now, leave nothing to luck, because the teams are slowly moving into the deeper sections of the school terrains. And this is particularly challenging because many of the teams will also have to consider options across those empty terrains. And I'm looking at Watertown, right? There's nobody there in that dilapidated area of the map. That could be a good hideout for the time being, should any team choose to rotate there. And for now, I guess like in Stage 3, there's not too much of pressure going on. Most of the teams do have a good zoning of an area for the time being. And we're looking at YG. Sure, they're on the lower ground, but they won't have any threat coming from KE for the time being.
I mean, YG has been kind of quiet. The kid, though, is going to be getting all of the action as he gets completely obliterated. And for APG, I feel like they've been very unlucky in this situation. We talked about how they don't really move around. They don't have the most, I would say, erratic of rotations. But at the same time, we haven't really seen any proactive plays from them. It's mostly just reactive. They're not going out of their way to get kills. They're waiting for people to come to them. But in that situation, it is... That was random.
Yeah, well, I get it. And then when you're looking at a fired up vehicle, the best chances are you don't want to drive them any further. And they could basically form a barrier with that, especially when they are currently in these open grounds across northern side of Pachinki. So FOD, 5 of Danger, they showed us such a great start back in Sanhok. Now, they are hoping to get this open space so that they get this bird's eye view across everybody across that are trying to cut into the south side of Rozak as well. And speaking of which, we're already seeing some shots being fired across the map. Spooky lands one, thus eventually find that elimination against Aaron with a headshot. And they're still going at it. Even Enigma is pinning down some of these other players. And they are currently at 5 total eliminations off to a great start.
Talk about turning a bad situation into a good one. Enigma has been really good at doing this in this particular map.
Wow.
But speaking of that, it's going to be APG as well. Coming in strong, coming in hot. Wants to show that they too can make it up and get a slice of that pie. Just because they didn't do well in the first map doesn't mean that this map they are down and out. Regardless, I am really curious to see the post-game matches later. I want to see how far the longest distance kill is in this particular map as the circle will pull down toward the southern side, and it's going to be YG with the advantage. Now, with YG already holding on to the area, they are probably already have fortified how exactly they want to hold that area, how exactly they want to play around the area, because it looks like there's a terrain that they can play around, which means that on the top side, they can get the information they want, and if anyone were to push from the top side, they can play by the side of that, but it looks like for APG, shots are out, but no kills yet.
Yeah, it's a lot of long-distance trades going across the map as of the moment. And what I do believe happened to the X was that they were rotating across this area that was congested with these respective teams, where you saw PBE pick on them, you saw Enigma going at them as well, and I believe even glances of Anchor PUBG to secure that one pointer. So I don't know, Chief. Like, you gotta think about a safer way to get around on the next upcoming round of Arangel if they were to be playing in this upcoming match.
Wait, that U-turn. Did you see that U-turn?
Yeah, and
he noped so fast.
And he knows exactly what he's doing because he have heard all those shots coming in, and therefore scouting duty done. Go back. You don't want to press on further. He's all alone, by the way, so it is very sensible.
I wish someone would have clipped that and turned that into a meme. Literally, the U-turn, me changing my mind, or me noping out of here. The fastest nope I've seen in my life. Beautiful.
Yeah.
But now suddenly you're seeing a slower pace.
Oh,
no,
boy.
you know what? I take that back because look at this aggression coming in from PBE. And AFCON and this team trade out one another, but it's PBE that comes out on top. But they're in trouble because look at how many eyes are on them because of the noise they've been making.
That's right, and PBE, they've definitely made their mark having some of these players who have played back in the PMPL SGPH previously, and now going into this brand new organization, they're looking stronger than ever. Sure, back in Sanhok wasn't exactly the best showing of their strength, but at least they're getting a lot more accustomed inside of Arangel for the time being. But they're opting to go in for a split formation as they try to cut across the map. And GE is currently on the spawn on the hill. I'm not sure if this is the best of call. And with this widespread, this is relatively risky out of PBE. I'm interested to see what goes on. But with them spread it out, look at them go. They spotted out the rest of APG, and they probably had a clue of where GE is currently at. So they have to turtle in until they congregate once again. YG have not moved a muscle. BG, however, look at them go. Somehow they survive. And now even nades are being traded against him.
Oh man, this is a very bad situation for AFCON. Because while they did get inside the circle, finally, they are running out of bodies. They're running out of numbers. And we talked about APG not moving. And I think this has always been their strat from last year till now. They are very reactive players. They love to play off of other people. But at the same time, because of this, I would say less aggressive play or less reactive play, it cost them their life because they're not able to play with each other. They're a little bit too separated in different compounds. It's a very scary situation where you're not able to get a pick in return. You're not able to even out the odds. You're not able to pick up your teammate fast enough. But for Raul, shots are out.
Oh,
but
boy.
GE West, you know what? Long range or not, Mamba be Mambayan. Okay,
Oh,
look at that
gosh.
long-range shot. That was beautiful.
That's a huge three-pointer out there in terms of basketball, but that's 1 point in PUBG, if you ask me. So Moxie, he's got no business doing on the sniper's nest up top of that, whatever you want to call it. And now it makes things so difficult for the rest of Flash Vision to go in for the rescue, but at least Raul trades back, and we see names flying across. The calm before the storm is over, ladies and gentlemen, and now we would see grenade eliminations, and the rest of GE, they're popping off 5 points for the Myanmar team.
Oh, now Flash Vision in trouble as GEM wants to go aggressive. They want to get these picks. You may have shot at us first, but we want to finish the job. They haven't found the other two members yet. Now Chewy playing strategically outside allows him to either run away or play as aggressively to shoot at the people pushing through. But for GE, they know that, as you mentioned before, Blue Zone pushing up here, they're gonna have to eat the damage, and it's not looking good.
Axis Fighter folded on 11th place, while there is so little room for them to squeeze. But look at Raul, he spots him out. The grenades are being cooked, and they will toss it upon Master Zai for his elimination will go through. And he's hoping to pick up Master Chi, but not in the nick of time. Flash Vision Esports this time around will only settle in for 1 elimination point, but good fight whatsoever. They did pick 2 down, but them being denied of these points as well, these kills do not count into the points usually, as you can see. Outside of play zone goes Master Zai, and that's all that they do get. Quite unfortunate. If they last out a little bit longer, maybe those points would have actually went to Flash Vision, but at least the team of GE does survive in return.
Oh man, for Game Labs Alpha, I think what's really interesting about them is the fact that they are extremely passive players. They don't want to take these fights. They avoid as many as they can. They prefer to go for the survivability game. And honestly, that one pick as well is very, very precious to them because they are a team that doesn't want to go out early and they don't want to take that risk, especially as we're still so early in the week. And if it's so early and they're not able to do well, they're just worried that the more they go out or get knocked out earlier, the worse their situation will become.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And every single point matters every single round, where you want to secure all those bonus points by the end of the week. And Burmese goals, as despite all these trials and tribulations, like by the end of it all, they got themselves those 3 points for this round in particular. So they made the best out of the worst situation. That's good enough for them. So only 7 teams remain at the moment in this juncture between school as well as Pachinki. And I start to understand why FOD as well as Game Labs didn't intend to really show all their potential for the time being, because they are waiting for that golden moment to strike. And speaking of which, Yangon Galacticos look like they could be picked off by both of the mentioned teams.
Oh,
Wow.
Game Lab, their circle prediction is insane. They got control of the care package as well as the nice little terrain in the absolute middle of the circle. While YG does have that terrain, it's not necessarily the best area to be in as the circle moves, but we are seeing a rotation come through from both APG, Enigma, FOD, GE running out of time here as APG being shot at by 2 different teams. Sprays come out toward the members of Enigma, but he is dancing. None of the bullets are hitting him.
My goodness, these fights are starting to become a little bit more dicey, especially for those on the outskirts. FOD eventually will have to lock horns with either Yangon Galacticos and perhaps even Anchor PUBG, who's currently on the outskirts, the furthest away from the circle. And let's see how Game Labs handle the pressure. We have YG still training back. They found one member of the side of FOGD, and most of them are still standing tall, and Anchor PUBG is only left with 2 members standing in the way and won't be shredded. Atev's got to run. He lost the tire, and that will be him picked in the middle of the road. But he's not too far off, though. The smokes might be able to save him for the time being, but he has to deal with the rest of Enigma.
Shroud. I wouldn't say the last man standing, but the last one that is healthy enough. You know what? I take that back. A Shroud is gonna eat that nade straight in the face, take up all of that damage. His teammate is so very low as well. He gets the reset here, but look at how far away they are. Look how open the area is. It's not a great situation to be in, especially as Enigma is watching them like a hawk. Yes, maybe TF might be able to get a pick onto Enigma's members, but these smokes aren't doing him many favors. It's hard to see through, and if he were to push out, he's gonna be immediately blown to smithereens, just like his card is about to explode.
Well, I believe it's already exploded already, so he won't use that as a cover for a time being. Atif can only hold on for ever so slightly. Eventually, he has to budge out from that section as well. Meanwhile, you take a look at the rest of FOD, not within the circle, has to get past the rest of Yangon Galacticos. Keep in mind, look at this, Khmer Esports now popping some nades. He's got the DBS in his hand. I'm not too sure if he's going to push in, but that grenade is going to be flying right through. And there's still more and more smokes coming in from Angkor PUBG. Atif trying to run for his life, but this is a huge guessing game. Can the top actually land this prime grenade? I'm not too certain, but there is another one. As these guys got to be prepared for fire in the hole.
I mean, you can only guess that he's inside the blue zone, but speaking of blue zones, here's my Koopa picked off and eliminated. Enigma, 7th place, but with 8 eliminations. Not the worst way to be. TF is taking so much damage from the blue zone. I think he's gonna have to give up here. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to run, and he's out of resources. And now, we are down to our top 5 with GameLab Alpha and KE, and YG as well, holding the most men standing.
That's right. Meanwhile, Sano immediately snaps at the side of John with a headshot as well. Yangon Galacticos with this fine new roster is just absolutely popping off. Now they spot out Master Smile. I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to move a bit of a pixel at all. And he can only camp there for the time being. He could not even enter a circle. Might as well just deny the points for the time being because the rest of them are just overwhelming them with those sure numbers advantage. GE out of the way like we mentioned it. And now Game Labs, just look at how well they hold this cross section. But up top is where the pressure's coming from. And we see Boy Sean already being pinned up. Avon will need to be on the lookout to see if he can salvage the situation. At the top, after priming those grenades early on against the sole member of Angkor PUBG, he's the one who soaks it all off.
And KE, a situation where I don't want to be in, but they do have the high ground advantage. While they are taking that damage, while they did get knocked off here, they have the high ground, they have the cover that they need, but we haven't really been seeing a reaction at all from GameLab Alpha. They're still holding, they're not taking the fights. It's only been YG and KE the whole time. Now this can go in 2 different ways. Either we're gonna see a sandwich here from both teams going up against GameLab, or is GameLab gonna try and play the passive, just I would say onlooker, where they let the other 2 teams duke it out and they play the third party. But it doesn't seem that's gonna be happening because KE is not allowing that to happen. That grenade gonna pick onto Scotty. He's so very low right now. Smokes are out, but they do have control of that care package. But Scotty is running for his life, has to move away because look at the mollies. Look at the grenades coming through. They don't want to be there.
Smart measures coming in from Kai as well to give a little bit of cover with the Dacia, blocking whatever grenades coming in while they set up that decoy. Scotty has a good read on that. A 2-2 formation being set out by the rest of Game Labs, but look at WT. Yangon Galacticos have him scouting in the way, looking for an opportunity to backstab the rest of Yangon Galacticos. So, like you said, they are currently sandwiched in between. So, Game Labs wants to pick a fight, and they need to eliminate the rest of KE first and foremost.
I think Yangon Galacticos has the best situation. That compound is giving them so much cover. They have to go aggressive, but Dragon will be the one to get picked up first or knocked off first, and immediately this aggressive push up here from KE. Newbie 666. He is the name of death coming through. Gets 2, finally knocked down. His teammates not able to follow in the momentum as the other members of GameLab are just gaining kills. 2 left, 1 already lobbied here as Kai forced to reset.
And really down to it's this sticky situation for Kai, the only member left standing here for the rest of Game Labs, and Yangon Galacticos waited for them to eliminate each other, and finally, it's their moment to shine. Marnet comes in to secure 1 against the van, and there's going to be a little bit more blood spatter off. Popkov can only hide in the smoke for so long, and he's getting a little bit of leverage coming out of the backseat. But how much can he get out of it? The rest of Yangon swarming him. They only get such small glimpse of this tiny situation, and the rest of Yangon Galacticos drive past every member of them and are looking to secure their first chicken dinner, and they will take out Kai to do so.
I feel like Yangon honestly had the right idea on how to approach this. Even though they didn't have the middle of the circle, holding that compound gave them so much advantage, because if another team were to play aggressive against them, they have to move upwards to them. They have to fight them to get into the compound itself, and they might just lose in that CQC because Yangon Galacticos were already prepared for that situation. Like it or not, they do have to take the fight against KE, but KE already has the high ground advantage. It's a very tough fight to win, honestly.
Indeed it was, and Yangon Galacticos basically played a smart game overall. They prioritized their positioning, and after that, they just slowly assessed the situation, finding only clear picks necessary, and they walked away with so many frags across the chart for most of the members. And I gotta give props to Marnet, as he is the MVP of the match, because he's the first mover of the team. All these new bloods out of Yangon Galacticos are looking mighty fine, and look at the damage numbers. I mean, 4 elimination points don't do it justice, because this could potentially be 8 out of this gentleman himself. And with all of them surviving to the very end, this is the first win with all members left intact as well for Yangon Galacticos. So, what a great way to kick things off for YG.
I mean, if you look at the number of throwables thrown by YG, I'm honestly not surprised at the number of damage they were doing, because what they did was make it rain hail, meteors, hail, grenades onto the other members, and it's happened time and time again. Their aggression here is how they play with the grenades, how they work with their throwables, put in that damage and then push up, go aggressive, make them actually evacuate from those corners, from those areas, from those smokes, and it works out so well in their favor. I mean, for Axis, I was hoping to hear more from them. Other than one shotgun kill, we haven't really seen much yet. But if we saw how it's played, I think the names that were really popping out in the feed over and over again has been Enigma as well as GEM. We saw their aggression come through, but it's a lot of situations where GEM and Enigma want to play aggressive. They turn a bad situation to a good situation. They want to get those early fights, get those elimination points. But in that situation as well, it also felt that their style of play sort of like bit them in the butt, because they took a lot of damage, a lot of repercussions from it.
Exactly, and now we go into the rankings overall. Undoubtedly, Yangon Galacticos will secure themselves the first place finish with another 22-pointer coming in, and this being their very first matchup as Group A debuts inside of Erangel. This is such a strong statement coming in from the team of Myanmar. And then you have KE bouncing into the matchup with 7 elimination points and a total of 12 points being gathered up. While GE, like you said, they've been popping off on the kill feed for multiple times, and they secured themselves 10 pointers to this finish. Now, let's take a look at the accumulated scores for the two match.
Well, we move over here. Oh yes, Ozja is still the #1 ranking despite not playing the second game here, with a whopping 22 points earlier. But if you see why they're it's honestly the same point at this one. It's the same amount of matches, same amount of eliminations. Yep, it is a tie between Yangon Galacticos as well as Ozja. And I think what's really important to think about is the fact that how Ozja does so well on Sanhok, but it's very different to YG, who plays very differently on their own first map, which is the bigger map. Regardless, right now, teams at the bottom of the ladder with no points is still H2O, which is very unlucky for them because they were actually eliminated very, very early. And it doesn't seem like they were able to come back in the second map at all.
Yeah, I think Burmese goals as well, they did manage to hold their own with only one member standing, and they were playing in open space, but they still played a little bit more aggressive. That's why I do like seeing, despite them being absolutely challenged, Vipers, SKR, Axis Fida, I think there are still a few more things that they will have to work on in order to be much more adjusted into the match. So with that being said, of course, that is the end of our second match, and of course, we will be looking forward to our third round that will be played once again inside of Erangel. But I just really want to have a little bit of a quick check-in on you. You feeling good after seeing these two matches?
I'm really excited because we're seeing a whole new blood, a whole new generation of players here, and they are actually not only just meeting the standards, they're raising the bar, honestly, on how aggressively they play and how strategically they can do it. All eyes are on YG right now because of how, I would say, dramatically well they play.
Exactly. And with that being said, of course, things are going to get a lot more dramatic, so we'll get ourselves ready for that. We give you guys a little bit of time to brief as well. So with that, we'll come back in a couple of minutes and we'll continue with the rest of the match in PMPL SEA Wildcard.
Just give them hell. Oh yeah, I say just give them hell.
Wake up.
Wake up.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. It's your boy here, Contra, alongside with Tash Bunny, your casters for the entirety of the week itself. And of course, we'll be joined with other casters soon after. As today, it's definitely an honor to actually welcome you guys on board for the first day of the league. And we've already seen 2 chicken dinners where we have members of the side of Cambodia on the very first round really popping up. And then now heading to the second matchup, Yangon Galacticos is here to take over. And Tash, I wonder what more surprises can we get, as certain teams absolutely blew us off of our minds.
I think that we're gonna get a lot of surprises because if you remember from previous seasons, some teams take a few rounds to warm up, some teams take a few rounds, some teams take a few days. But remember, the name of the game here is to end the week with as many points as you can. There are the bonuses, there are getting the placement points as well as you end the week. So it's really important to not take too long to get that engine running. Regardless, before we go into the match, don't forget, guys, that the Neon Assassin's Power outfit is out. This is one of the nicest cosmetics I've seen, and I say that every single season because every single season PUBG Mobile just gets better and better with their designs.
That's right, and this is in Neon team. I mean, we're looking forward to everything for futuristic, and this is probably one of the best sets out there. If you've been collecting,
what if PUBG Mobile makes a movie based on these outfits?
I believe they could actually do so with all these resources that they have, but there's a lot more cool stuff, so save that budget for the rest of the cool stuff to come, because Tash, other than the Neon's Assassin Power, I believe we also do have a lot of cool stuff in terms of collaborations and all. So, of course, what's next in line here? You guys should definitely check this out because we got the Silver Guru set. And
Silver Guru,
you know,
is kind of like...
this guy's so cool, he doesn't even need to look at crosshairs. He's got a blindfold! And
exactly.
let the gun do all the talking.
He reminds you of like Descendants of the Sun. You know, Legend of Wukong, right? Very similar, cool master moving into the world, but instead of like a pole, he has a gun.
Yeah, and this is the brand new ultimate set that's currently available, and you better get it quick before it goes out, because this is probably one of the coolest weapon skin that I've seen for quite some time.
So this is the new Royal Pass. So every season we have a new Royal Pass, and in that Royal Pass, what I really like about it is the fact that we get so many new things. And this season, we have the Venerable Assassin set, the Dragon Flame Berserker cover, the Royal Guard cover, and these are really, really pretty. As you play the game, you grind for new things, and I think that's awesome.
That's true, and of course, you can absolutely kick it like Bruce Lee and have faith in yourself on securing those chicken dinners once you secure this limited edition skin. And mind you, it doesn't last for all too long, so this collaboration is only till the stipulated time, so you should basically check that out. And not only that, you should also follow us on all our social media platforms so that you can keep up to speed on all things PUBG Mobile and PUBG Mobile Esports, as it's on your screen. If you're from Myanmar, the Philippines, MYSG, and beyond, you definitely want to go ahead, drop a like, drop a subscribe, and everything else. Just don't drop your phones because you need it to play a whole lot of PUBG.
Okay, that caught me off guard. That was really funny. And you know what else is funny? Well, nothing is not funny, it's serious. Because we are moving into Erangel once again, but this is going to be A, B, C, and D, which means that Group E, West Point Mamba, Sin main team, Type of Danger, and Falcon Esports, we won't be seeing them playing. Now, out of all of these 4 teams, West Point Mamba has made a significant impact in the game on how aggressive they play, on how quickly they want to take up the space. But Sin main team, I feel like they've been very unlucky. Yeah,
and I felt like West Point Mamba, despite them having a little bit more of that setback inside of Erangel, they showed signs of aggression, which is obviously a good sign. Sometimes you also have to keep on the lookout, especially when you're playing on an early phase. You kind of want to play it a little bit more on the control pacing, and therefore before, I think like they do have certain things to work on as well in order for them to succeed. And speaking of success, we've seen two teams getting a chicken dinner. Once again, it's prediction time, Tash Bunny, and this time around, of course, I'm going with something pretty much different. I'm seeing glimpse of PB playing with a lot of their signature strengths, as they do have certain players that have played in the previous PMPLs, and that's where I do hope that eventually they will be able to catch up. FV came really close in South Sanok. I'm keeping my eyes on them. Meanwhile, the X, you know, I'm just hoping for this team to at least secure a top 5 finish. Doesn't necessarily have to be a chicken dinner because the way that they've played have been a little bit passive, but I think like perhaps that was just not really a true showing after all, and I hope to see more out of the X because they rotated, they got pincered off by multiple teams, so work on that rotation, they might see some success.
I mean, KE, we saw that they were on the top 3, and honestly, they exceeded my expectations, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to pull it off again. Now, for Burmese goals, the reason why I chose them was because we saw on map 1, we saw that aggression come through. We saw how they played, but it didn't seem to work out well yet. Now, as the rounds continue, they can fix their mistakes, and this is where I kind of hope that they're able to learn from the rounds they've played to go a little bit more aggressive. TX, another team that's been very unlucky. I'm hoping for the Engine to be one of those teams that kind of like go aggressive late, wake up a little bit later, and as we hit round 3, I think this is where they need to up, and go fast.
Yeah, and as for teams that have already won the chicken dinner, I believe that they still have a lot of things to show, especially from Yangon Galacticos. I think like that was possibly the most convincing win, and now we're still in South Angle, and they will be playing yet again in this particular match because they already got their 1 game rest, and after that they said, no, we don't need no head start, we just gotta go up, rise and shine, 4 games back to back, and they are jet set for even more successes. So I'm just impressed that, you know, despite them having such a major overhaul in terms of roster, they are doing oh so well.
They're doing way better than last season, honestly. It looks like they're a lot stronger as well as we head into this game. Now, as we go into the second round of this game, I'm sure a lot of teams had learned a lot from each other, each in terms of how the game style went, how each team plays, which teams are aggressive, which team can be punished. And as you know, Aja was playing earlier, we haven't seen them yet play on this map. And I think it's really cool to think about like what exactly they can bring here, because we saw Aja take the first map just now. They didn't play map number 2. Is it going to be their first air angle map? Now, my question is, when you are resting between your first win and you're going into the second map here, does that cut in terms of their momentum? Will it bother their mental? Or did they learn a lot from watching that game?
I think they actually do learn a whole lot because you get to see where all the other teams drop and they can start plotting their own if in the case that they do have their drop spots contested. And keep in mind, Group E is currently not playing, and therefore A, B, C, D, they really have to put their best as we dive right in to another round of Arangel.
Here we go, round 2. Will Yangon Galacticos actually be able to hold a fort? Maybe get a back-to-back chicken dinner on the same map? Or will we be seeing someone rise up to the top, especially with Group B coming back in here with a great start from Asia in map number 1 and Viper's Clan perhaps who wants to make up for the rough start. This may just be a whole different story as we come into this map again. But if you talk about stories here, the flight path kind of come by from Navarot Noye all the way up to Zarki. So this time the map sort of a 60-40, no issue on where they want to go. The question is whether or not the map will be the circle will be as ping-pongy as the last map.
Perhaps so, and with a little bit of changes in terms of group, look at Ozja. They are going for a hard contest with game laps to kick things off inside of the military camp of Sanaska, so expect there to be blood spatters very early on because they're not budging. They are going for that direct contest, I believe, into that horseshoe section, which I call it, for a little bit of good luck, some may say. But this time around, with the addition of group going into this particular round, we're also seeing a little bit more population going into South George and some overall North George. And I get what I'm asking for. That cross-section between the mainland and also the island.
Oh man, last season was the water circle. Hopefully not again, but this time it's Asha and Game Lab going aggressive early, dropping in the same area here as Newbie took a substantial amount of damage, but they do manage to take down one member. Asha actually make that two. Game Lab struggling right now as they do get a 1-for-1 trade, but Ranzar is now going to be the second one, and Astro is so very low, and Game Lab Alpha showing us that don't drop in this area, don't drop what we do, because we are going to diff you guys.
Yeah, and just look at them go. Astro slowly being clipped out, and then now, without any form of resources, he just have to back away, because you don't expect any loot to be upstairs. He was hoping to get that little bit of vantage point to retrieve intelligence for the team, but unfortunately it didn't really pay out the way that they want to. Not only are we getting the fight inside military base, we also see a power struggle inside of Pachinki that will settle later on. But Austria, they lost too many members, and now they really have to just give way, and this is not really the best start possible for Austria, because they're hoping to give a little bit more of that tussle of control, because both sides are deciding to land on the same territory. And now Scotty, if he had better scopes in hand, perhaps he will be able to eventually bring down Astro X. And Kai's already at it. He doesn't care. You give him an iron scope, he'll do it.
Yeah, what a rotation. That's a very, very long rotation he's willing to go to. Because that point is very precious to him, clearly, and he knows that Astro is very, very low. But Camper is there. Like his name, he is camping here. Shots are out, but speaking of shots, we're going to see another two teams take up this fight. 4v4. So we have Power going up against KE. Now, we do hear shots, but no one is damaged quite yet. I think it's more of just those pre-fires coming through, making sure the corners are cleared. But for KE, they're not moving on the aggressive. The team that's going aggressive is going to be Power, but it's KE that pops off someone first with the grenade.
And they managed to catch Captain Few at it as well. Power will definitely need him to survive, but he's kind of struggling by his own. The rest of KE are already swarming in. The Power members are not anywhere within sight, so consider this to be the first point of KE overall, where Popov also leading the charge. He's also been there when Few was around during those early seasons of PUBG Mobile Esports Southeast Asia. And it's great to see these old faces still having such a great finesse into this match. Astro!
Oh my god, he got him!
After so long though, and now he's going so close up to speed against Asya, and Camper X trades back against Dragon.
There's a reason why his name is Camper. He camped there for so long waiting for that pickoff, and that's honestly really smart. But the thing is, he's not going to be able to pick up his teammate. There was someone waiting over on the other side. Now, speaking of Power, range has already been knocked out as KE is going in for a pincer. Wacko wants to get picked up again by his teammate Matt on the other side. Might be able to get the pick up there, but Sean is gonna go aggressive, get him, get a buy one free one situation here, as immediately that team Power is now out of the game.
Man, they look absolutely powerless. I mean, we didn't even see retaliation coming in inside of Pachinki, and Cambodia Esports, they just look absolutely clean and not really losing much members in return. I mean, just take a look. In fact, I believe there's barely any damage being done to the team. Starting off with the best amount of points possible to team wipe the entirety of Power is such a great start for the team hailing in from Cambodia yet again. And for the past couple of rounds, they've both been looking pretty sharp. Now, Game Labs are on the hunt. Camper X already brought down one, but can he take a 2 versus 1?
Pro Camper! That's why his name is Camper, but this time the grenade does not land, and it gives G-Labs everything they need to know where he is. He does have pretty good gear. He does have really good guns as well, but in a situation where you are 1v2, you need that cross, you need that pickup. It's going to be Scotty, it's going to be bullets, but Kai with the nades outplays him.
He walked
God, he was just a distraction. That's genius.
What a read. I mean, just take a look at how well timed that grenade was. He had to walk near towards that window to be clipped, and because of that pressure coming in across the hallway, he decides to move into the room instinctively, and it all was a happenstance that resulted in their demise.
It
And
was
there
all
goes.
planned.
Yeah, it's either
Calculated.
it's either 9,000 IQ play, or it's some irregular.
Weird coincidence. Some Mercury retrograde thing happening, right?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Tash. Like, that was exactly what I wanted to say. Now, continue on. Everywhere else across the map is a little bit more quiet and peaceful, as the champions of the past Air Gold match are journeying their way right after looting off of South Georgia Pole, which seemed to be pretty clear. I was expecting a little bit more of a feisty fight happening around the containers, because I saw two teams floating across that section. And this is actually our first Car 98K shot coming from Flash Vision Esports, and I absolutely do love myself seeing snipers in these particular matchups where it has become a rarity. And in fact, Raul did secure one against Khmer Esports as they try to leave the areas of Pachinki, I suppose.
It's always very unfortunate when you're in the middle of that rotation, when you think you're home free, you're all looted up, and someone just taps you straight in the head and just takes you out of the game.
Yeah.
Absolutely hate it. That happens to me all the time. I'm just saying. But you know, when you look at Sonic here from TX, I feel like for the last 2 games that he's played, he has always been the first person to get knocked down. And we always see Heng come to his rescue to only get knocked, both of them get knocked down again. I think for this round in particular, TX wants to find a way how they can properly hold an area, how they don't get flanked from the backside, how they don't get caught off guard.
Yeah, I believe that the team are looking for a little bit more of a secure way to at least enter stage 4. That's where most of the hustle and bustle will start to conjure across the map, right? And for the time being, at least we're also seeing other teams like Flash Vision Esports stick to their game plan. Play aggressively as you want. Flash Vision has already picked up one member of KE. Now they're looking upon the champions of the past round, the Yangon Galacticos, who have just arrived to the scene, which may not be the kind of fight that they really want to pick, especially being outnumbered at this instance. As the rest of Genesis Esports, they're currently segregating themselves with a 2-2 split, I do believe. Smile over on top region of the hills, having nothing in sight, but they have Nasty passing by. Axis Fighter have no clue about the situation.
Regardless, for Baby, she's playing very, very dangerously at the bottom side of the terrain here. They haven't spotted her out. Has to be careful as Master will get it. But Amir with the sprays does not clip on anything. Baby does eventually get run over by 922. Chichi as well. You know what? The whole members of Axis are becoming roadkill at this point. And this is not a great situation for them to be in.
They just went up the wrong hill, I would say. The rest of GE retaliated, and just look at how speedy they swarmed back in. Initially, they were on different positions, and once they have that first contact, they just hit and basically run at them, even with the Sia, of course. So GE, they just understood what exactly was at stake, and they executed perfectly. Possibly the most aggressive we've seen out of all the teams that is hailing from Myanmar. Yangon Galacticos is a lot more strategic. They do have the firepower, but this time around, GE is just showing up with everything that they have, and this is absolutely a good sign. And mind you, they've been really consistent for the past couple rounds, already garnering 16 points at 4. They're closing up to Yangon Galacticos.
As they take away these situations, this is not a great situation for Aja, because it's a great start for them for the day, putting themselves on top, 22 points. But with only +2 this particular game, I don't think for YG it's not going to be an issue for them to, at least if they play properly, it's not going to be a problem for them to take over in terms of points. But GE now with 4, their aggression, we're finally seeing that aggression come through. We saw earlier that they were playing aggressive, but they were punished for it over and over again.
Yeah.
But this time, they get away scot-free. They get 4 points in the pocket.
Yeah, and also take a look at this, Tash. 4 teams or 3 teams currently situated inside Pachinki.
The real estate
Yeah.
market is booming.
I gotta say, everybody
Imagine.
wants their hands on this prime property, whichever housing compound that they really choose for themselves, because this might just be the center stage of all these particular fights that might just happen later on. And what they are hoping to do right after that is to eventually situate themselves into where Yangon Galacticos was at in the past game, which is in between school as well as Pachinki, to be that golden central area. Momboy finds a pick upon one member out of Viper. Will be down, but not out for the time being. As we see long-range trades coming in. PBE tries to move upwards, but Demigod is the first to be clipped. Momboy brings the DBS, though. DJ, he has to be really careful. He's got an S12K. Both have the same ideas in mind. And DJ, oh my goodness, he just shuts them off in the nick of time. While the flanks are coming right in, Aramon tries to find something in return, and Rankit's getting tagged as well. Speed covering himself inside of the smoke, while Spoogle tries to get away with a little bit more of a banger of a grenade being tossed at Rankit. He has to heal up, while more grenades being cooked up by the side of PBE. They can go in for the rescue.
Here's Spoogle cooking it up. Wants to get those picks if possible, but it's gonna change his mind. Gonna pick up his teammate instead, but instead, Demigod, instead of getting those points in their pocket for Vipers, it's gonna be GE that'll be picking that up. They have been actively rotating, picking up kills at the same time. As for the other members of PPE, just gonna get out of the way. 3 members still very much alive. It was a trade on trade for both these teams. But at the end of the day, if you think about it, it was GE that came out with the free point.
That's true, and now these two are on a standstill, and they're about to crack things up in the open, and they caught.
Oh, here comes
Speed
the
with a grenade,
barbecue.
and Spoogle, he will be able to
No,
survive.
Spoogle!
Oh
Not
my
like
word,
this.
this is not the way to go out, and PBE absolutely understands how to take over this entirety of the section. They is the only one left, and what could he do but to hide? But he's running and gunning, trying to clip him with an S12K, but it will all end with a bang.
What an interesting situation as we see Vipers knocked out by PBE. It felt like Vipers had it all going on well. They had the area held on. They had the whole play or the whole compound. And then GE got a pick, and it felt like, okay, that's great for PBE because GE is going to go aggressive on them, but GE didn't go through. And PBE, they reset really fast, came back, and got away with murder, basically.
Yeah.
I can't believe that happened. What a plot twist, right?
Absolutely. I thought that members of the side of Viper would actually push downwards because they do have the angles on them. They weren't feeling as confident because they start to see their health bars are low, one member being knocked down, and they decided to fall back. Okay, guys, let's go for a reset. And then they choose to also segregate themselves, which I felt was disadvantages because you're giving them free reigns through the outskirts to have the know-how to just flush from different angles as well. And I think, like, that's where Vipers really have to understand what's at stake, right? The moment you give room, you will expect these pushes to come into effect.
Yep, you don't give an inch at all because these players are exceptionally aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, we're seeing another head-to-head fight here between the 2 most aggressive teams, or rather the 2 teams I have my eyes on, which is GEM as well as Enigma. So in the previous round, we saw Enigma come up on top in this fight. But in that fight, Enigma was on the top side of this, not this particular terrain, but rather the top side of the hill. And this time for both teams, they know the presence of each other are there, and the aggression is stopped because they know when they want to play against each other, the team that goes aggressive will be punished. Now for KE, they want to make up for that 3rd place loss. Well, not loss. Is it lost placing, I would rather say. They want to come up on top this time. And we're not seeing a very aggressive KE, but a KE that's more prepared to take up space, hold on to the area, instead of just fighting out of their minds, which is honestly a very different approach to what we saw from GEM.
Yeah, and all of the teams are also predicting very well into this matchup as it looks very similar to the first games that we had. And there's just so little areas to be secured. The rest of DX are currently stuck on that lower compound, also being blinded by their own smokes, where the rest of the teams are slowly signaling their eyes onto that.
Are FVE separated 2 by 2? Is that what's going on here?
Yes, exactly so, and I believe that this may not look advantageous at the moment, but they do have a lot of room to leverage on, because on these outskirts of Pachinki, this is more towards the western side where you don't expect to have more players to be around that church area, assumingly that they've already cleared it out, and now receiving a little bit more idea of where the other teams are currently situated. But the problem with this is that they can't exactly commit to any of these fights.
For SK, we saw some pretty intense plays from them on round number 1, and they've got quiet, but it's going to be Pav getting a pick onto a member of YG. So they're in trouble. They're struggling. Speaking of that, BGD as well. So these are very different fights happening at the same time from different areas. It starts off with a pick, and then it goes like this. How did it happen like this? Get it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Sounds
had
like
to.
a lyric from a song, but anyways, the top was looking from the top of the compound, and they will be the one to pick off Flash Vision Esports, like you said, being on the outskirts and being separated from the rest of the team. This is not really the best position to be at for the team of Singapore, but I believe there's a way out, at least for Moxie. But he's gonna have to travel on foot. Doesn't seem like he does have any form of vehicle. H2O currently has the best room possible as they took over the stretch between Pachinki as well as school. Meanwhile, PPE, after clearing out Viper, they are still around the same location. They take control of the high hills.
We haven't seen any movement from these two teams, as though they're in a Mexican standoff trying to fight for that area, but no team wants to do the initiation. Regardless, for KE, this time they're in trouble. One member taking a brunt of the damage, and one member already out of the game. This is I would say, a very brave play by Boy Sean. Him playing over in the open fields, while it is a high ground, it is very dangerous, as we do know that some of these teams do have a history, GM, have a history of running players over, and perhaps it will be a different way to play, but they're nowhere close. But the grenades are out, shots are shot here, and we have no clue who's shooting who at this point. But for BG Edward, taking that damage from the car exploded, he has to slowly make his way into the circle and not get detected by any of these many teams around him.
I'm just really curious that 2 rounds in a row, Burmese Goals decide to take on the open plains, and this time around, up close and personal is PBE, flushing towards the rest of Anchor PUBG, pushing forward in towards the direction of the tree. They know that there's somebody out there. Rankit tries to suppress them, but they don't really have grenades to be cracked up just about yet, and now he does, trying to prime this perfectly, and they will find most of these members down. Power did get that exchange and brings Rankit down 1-for-1 for the time being, but it's not secured just about yet. The kid tries to see whether if he could find the opening against Monboy, who's currently still alive, and he does connect a little bit of damage. Now, this 1-versus-1 situation between the two of them may not be resorted just yet. He's opting to get the Dacia to sprint out there.
So we look at YG instead. Pav is waiting for Sean to come up forward. They want to take the space, but Marnet wants to push up. He gambles with that grenade, throws it into the smoke. With no one in there, he's going to assume there's no one that side. So he can already assume that maybe Sean is behind that box instead. So he takes him out. So it's a very, very good read. Regardless, Flash Vision going to be taken out at 10th place. A very unfortunate situation for that team. We do see the potential from them, the aggression coming through, but they haven't been able to clinch just yet. But speaking of clinching it, it's going to be Arimon knocked out already, and Monboy picked up by a member of APG.
7 total eliminations being garnered by the rest of Justice Esports while they slowly sweep their way from the outskirts. Currently being sandwiched in between 2 teams, though. They have to pick their fights real quickly, whether if they want to go up against Anchor PUBG over on the far eastern sector. Instead, they pull back, and they are met with the rest of Enigma that's ready to gun them all down. And eventually, Master Ichi did manage to find a roadkill, knocking down Koopa with a drive-by on the close section of the play zone. And now they try to find themselves a little room to save themselves, but Atif clips them back as well. This is that situation where they really have to pick both fights at a time, and they don't really have the attention span, nor even time. Bless you.
For the members of TX, all the way in the southern side here, they're just being chilling right now, but you know who's not being chilling is GEM. Taking up a lot of damage and this aggression from so many different teams, fighting their way into the circle. They're meeting two teams face to face right now. It's going to be Enigma finally decided to pull onto the trigger, and Spooky finding Master Zai. And it looks like Smile might be the second one out of the game, but with TX close by, it might be a whole different story. But with two members of GE out, this team has been completely tamed, and Enigma showing them why exactly they are on top right now. And speaking of on top, TX still holding on the top side of area, wants to go on the aggressive toward Enigma. Enigma, they've had time to reset, but we haven't seen the aggression come through yet. They haven't seen the commitment come through yet, as they kind of prefer this wait and see situation to kind of figure out what is the best approach to take in this situation.
Yeah, especially now that with 7 teams left, everyone needs to be really on their toes. H2O finally being challenged by the rest of SKR, as this close quarter combat does not look all too good, as somebody's being burned up from the side of H2O. And Fred, he's looking for an angle, but none of them are going to be running out the open. They are moving into the compound, and H2O tries to put up a perfect defense, as they are the noisy neighbors of this current location, where it's the only few compounds left possible in this current circle. Stage 6 looking rowdy and ever, and there's more grenades flying from the top of the hills as well. H2O, they're gonna have a little bit of blast, but still not finding anything in return. GE will turn out short into 7th place.
This is one of those situations where there's a huge festival happening and just fireworks in the middle of the night, and one of your neighbors just does not respect you and your space. And
Sounds familiar.
That's one of those situations. Yeah, I know. But for H2O, this is their prime time to really show up here.
Whoa.
They're just making it rain. Look at how many grenades they've thrown out here. Now, my concern is that they run out of throwables and they won't be able to use it to their advantage eventually. But I guess this is the all-out play they needed. As a team with 0 points and 0 kills, they want to take this situation, take advantage of it. They want to go aggressive. They want to pick up those kills. They are very, very healthy right now. But the fact is, they're not exactly running out to take up the space from SK.
But Tash, this isn't really the final fight yet, and they're basically using so much utility, and once they do burn out, if the circle does shift, I don't see any of these teams having the advantage, but if they do have the circle upon them, go ahead, commit all you want, because now, you see, both sides, they're running low on those resources. They have to stand still. They have to respect those room as well as privacy. No more fireworks past this hour of the time, I do believe. As Anchor PUBG as well as Yango Galacticos, they have the same thing in mind. Wait for each of these other opponents to take each other out, and that's where they will strike after.
Look at where Mal is.
So
Just chilling in this little corner. It is very cheeky. And if he gets a pick, you can already 100% think that it's going to be a very aggressive, but looks like the idea of them is going to go to the other side. Mal surrounded by 3 different players. Fred, so very low right now. Where is he going to go? I don't think he's going to survive this. Finally goes down, and this might be the worst case scenario for them, because look at that, they have to reset once again. Toki jumping down, finding the space, finding the right angles and corners to play in, doesn't want to be snapped, does not want to be cornered. But the other members of SKR is just having so many space and just pass by each other. He still wins it, thankfully, with the better gun, but help is on the way. The sprays come through.
He gets it again.
Gets another. Oh my god, this 1 versus 1 isolation is so good. And look at where not Yahiko is. He's so very low. He has to get the reset, but to bring up his teammates again, he's not in a position to do that.
Now 2 versus 3, much more manageable, so Labo really has to heal up in time. He does have a med kit to get back to 100%, while they do have a little time to reset as well, coming from SKR, respecting the territory, respecting the ground game from up top, and that's where they hop right down below. H2O ready to strike. Labo cleans them up, and H2O turns it right back against SKR when they batter and bruise, and the Singaporean team will reign supreme to make their way into the top 5.
Honestly, it's so shocking how we're down to the top 5. But all these fights are happening so far away from each other, which really shows how the rotations are happening, how the circle is moving, and look at how everyone is at the corner of circle. No one has full control of circle, very different to what we saw in the last 2 matches. Now H2O, this is not necessarily the best situation they want to be in. They did lose 2 in that situation, but coming up on top gives them that priority, the mindset, or the momentum. All they have to do is wait it out, play for picks, or go aggressive and get those isolation plays. Now YG, while they did have a good track record in this match in particular, they did lose 2. This aggression is not giving them any favors as the circle is pushing up. Teammate knocked down, their vehicle gone.
And the momentum is swinging in favor of H2O after clearing up SKR in that fashion. Now they're picking upon the champions and YG because they're all being pinned into one particular angle. It makes things so much easier for other teams so long as they spot them out. Now YG absolutely in trouble. We see them having 3 members at first, now depleted down to 2, and they don't really have much to run, and they're currently on the outskirts. Meanwhile, H2O, they spot these 2 teams, but they're basically drawing all these attention to themselves. Toki to win it all, but they do have Labo still left standing. Sando getting pinned once again, and it's going to be APG that will make this a 3-way battle.
It's very unfortunate because Sando just picked up his teammate, and now it's a reverse situation. And they have nowhere to go. His teammates are around, but they're not able to actually do anything. But yes, Blue Zone is pushing through here. YG not able to take advantage of it. Sando goes down. His teammate is going to be next. Regardless of that, they are out. 5th place, not the worst place to be in. But look at the 2 teams who are absolutely healthy right now. It's APG and TX. Now look at Hang taking up that space. He is not scared. He is fearless, taking up space, going to the smokes, getting that pickup onto his teammates. But for H2O, perhaps getting that unwanted situation was not the best way because they are on the lower ground. They are getting pushed by the circle and they only have smokes to play with, and his teammate is gonna go down. APG is just spraying, praying, trying to get those points, trying to make up for lost time. But look at APG Shout, watching on the other side, making sure they're not getting flanked.
And that's all that's left for H2O. Respectable top 4 finish. The best fight that we've seen throughout the course of Angle, and now it's all about the high ground game. TX finally unleashing upon both APG as well as Enigma, as they've already cleared out the rest of Enigma on the top 3 situation, and now it's down to Hang to push forward and burst this vehicle down. That UAZ will not last for long, and someone like going up close and personal, going for some quick restocks as well. The grenades are now primed into the back of the crate, but what's going to be hiding right there? That grenade is huge upon the rest of Anchor PUBG. This is the time to shine for the X, and X marks the spot. They will have to push forward, but they're taking their sweet time. This is actually allowing time for Anchor PUBG to go for that reset.
I'm honestly surprised that TX is not playing this a little bit aggressive. They have the high ground advantage. If they were to push up, they can win this fight. But they don't want to take any chances, and I don't blame them. Especially after the luck we've seen from them for the last 2 rounds, this might just be the best situation at hand. They also have the care package nearby. Hang is currently looting that. It can give them a lot of advantage if used right. Regardless, as time is ticking, the circle is closing. This is where things get really scary. But APG, this time, they are going to be initiating. They are going to be pushing up. They're playing on the prone here, trying to find that nasty angle to come through. But it's going to be Aaron who spots them out first. Finds one, clips them, and suddenly it's all chaos coming to an end. Sonic narrowly dodges that grenade, and Hang still hiding behind that care package. If Hang can just swing out, get those sprays, he might be able to get a good spray transfer coming out here, but the other members of TX taking a lot of damage.
They're just taking the spacing. They're taking 50% of the map, and DX, they're also stepping outside of the zone. They have to be really careful because right now, there's only so little spacing left for the side of Anchor PUBG. They still get the pick upon Hang to turn things around. 2 versus 3, and Anchor PUBG basically turns up the heat, and power finally being suppressed. They did spot Sonic, so they will have the final information left necessary. 2 versus 1, down to Sonics as well. It's all down to this. Can they actually pick him up in time? He's hiding right behind the UAZ to run for a little cover. Now they're going for a double attack. Can they actually get this chicken dinner in the back with this advantage in hand? Sonic will not have much time. He has to deal with the situation, and it will be pinned now. Anchor with the huge reversal to secure the winner chicken dinner.
What a great situation from them, despite not having the high ground, playing on a terrain. They just waited patiently. Now, perhaps the mistake was in TX's hands. They were not proactive, they didn't want to push up, and they waited way too long. The right play would have been to push them while they were down, and perhaps we might see TX come out on top. Regardless, for this APG, while they have had a pretty, I would say unsuccessful run earlier, they're showing us that why they want to come up on top and why they are one of the more veteran teams here. The advantage, or rather the experience, is showing in that particular game.
And Anchor PUBG, despite having last-minute roster swaps as well, not having Zero to be the captain on the respective team, they still find this success. And I think like this reversal was so huge because the X, they just decided to go in for a reset, which it's absolutely not necessary because all 4 members were left alive. They were taking 35% of the map, eventually became 50%, and I'm not too certain as to why they give that breathing room away. Sure, 1 member was knocked, but there was so little room. They should have known that was that perfect time to strike, and because they held back, Anchor PUBG, they just retaliated perfectly.
Taking an advantage of a disadvantageous situation is one of the lovely things that we love to see here over at the PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring. And this is definitely going to go inside of the highlight reels. As we casters, we're going to just try and analyze this. The new players are going to analyze this, and they're going to say this is something that we do not want to see in the future, because perhaps playing reactive might not be the play. And as we see, the MVP here is going to be Shroud. And are we honestly surprised? We've seen his performance last season, and we're seeing it again this season. Look at the amount of damage he has put out here, and barely any damage to himself. With a 42% team contribution, it really shows that not only is he pulling his weight, but he's also proactively going on aggressive, making space. And I was interviewing Zero before. He said Shroud is the Shroud of Angkor.
Yeah, I mean, his name speaks for himself, right? Like, overall, he still has all these retaliative effort to be able to turn the match around.
Far travel distance.
Yeah,
Look at that.
they had the roughest of journey as well to move into the respective final zone. And I would say it wasn't easy for them because you saw that they were also challenging all the other teams across that cross-section of Pachinki as well as School. And look at how much of smokes they managed to utilize. 38 smokes, Tash. 38.
Dang. It's actually insane when you think about it. It really shows how far they've traveled, right? Because of how much loot they have, how much resources they have. They were like, we go big, we go home. We're gonna loot everything, and we're gonna use it to our advantage. And I have to say, this was one of the more prepared situations they were had. But I have to say, compared to map 2 and map 3 I would say is a lot more aggressive, but in the best way possible. It wasn't really a situation, those fights where it's kind of like, oh, we passed by each other, we're just gonna get kills. It's as though this was all calculated. This was all already understanding, these players understanding where exactly each player is gonna drop, where exactly we can expect to meet these teams as each team passes their pit stop, or rather their checkpoints. And in this situation for APG, proactive plays this time, really learning what exactly they did wrong in the last 2 maps, really shows what exactly they have learned and how exactly they're able to adapt on the fly, giving them 22 points.
It looks like everybody who secured a chicken dinner today will walk away with 22 points. I want to see in this upcoming match that somebody will eventually break this barrier, but every single time that we move into the final zone, the respective team will need a few things. Enough manpower to work things out, and also enough firepower to at least turn a massive 12-pointer of eliminations, which is the prime number that we've had for the past 3 rounds. So, of course, other than that, we have the X that have secured their best round so far. Second place finish, as this Cambodian squad have also been able to reap all these rewards. But we see a trend running at the moment. Teams hailing from Myanmar, Yangon Galacticos, as well as GE have been able to thrive for the past couple of matches, and they walk away with respectively 9 points as well as 8. And then from 5th place to 9th place, we got Enigma, H2O, SKR, as well as Khmer Esports to secure evenly 7 points.
You know what's really interesting here? The amount of teams that came out with 0 points. We didn't really see as many that didn't have points in the previous matches, which reiterates my point on how aggressive this match is, because we saw fights very early. We saw a lot of teams dropping out in each other's places. Now, I was really interesting as to why this happened, because the flight path wasn't necessarily skewed in one area. Anyone can go to where they want to go, but these active choices by these players to take the high risk, high reward plays, take those early fights, is really showing us what exactly they have in mind as to how they want to take these maps.
Exactly, and now we get a quick update of our total rankings for all the respective team. Yangon Galacticos, despite only playing 2 matches, look at where they are. Number 1 on the chart, and this team does have a formula for success, just like their predecessors overall. And then you look at all the teams that are currently on the first page, majority consisting of teams of Cambodia.
Team of Cambodia really showing us how they are setting the bar here on day number 1. Regardless, it's going to be teams that are at the bottom that are struggling, because Vipers, if we remember, they had a good start on map number 3, but then it just went downwards after that. And I'm just honestly trying to figure out like what exactly went wrong here, because we talked about them, like the potential coming through, the expectations, and we haven't really figured out what exactly did not allow them to flourish further.
Yeah, I think like there is just a lot of things that happened inside of that particular round of angle where it was very difficult for them to really secure real estate. And the reason why is because they were forced to play on the high ground terrains where certain teams who have already been there from the get-go, they had that advantage, such as Team X, where they were also doing that very early on. Now, of course, we're getting ourselves ready for our 4th match, which we will finally switch over to the other map itself, which is going to be the vast terrains. But before we even get there, please follow us on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, YouTube, as well as TikTok. It's all on your screen, and you know, you want your own local language content, you can find that as well. So go ahead, if you see it on your screen, just go ahead, type it on your phone, and voila! You can get all the updates you want about PUBG Mobile and PUBG Mobile Esports.
So moving into Myanmar, as Contra mentioned before, we are going to be seeing the vast terrains. So this map is known for, the most importance is looking for vehicles. It's a very big map, very vast areas to navigate, as the rotations will be further up, because there are some high terrains that you can't basically navigate. We've seen situations where teams decide to go for the high ground and the circle pushes downwards and suddenly they're in trouble. We've seen situations where the high ground gave them all the advantage in the world and all players had to do was, you know, cherry pick kills from the top side. So it is interesting to see how exactly the circle will be feeling today as we go into that map. And it also shows a new prowess or a new way of thinking from these players on how exactly they want to play this map in particular.
Exactly, and then when it comes down to Myanmar, there's going to be a lot of long-range battles as well to find those early openings, and I'm looking at some of these teams to be pretty good at it. Of course, we start off with Astia, where they had such a stellar start, and then Game Labs. With that finesse early game, I have been impressed of myself, where I'm also looking at PPE, who have always been seeking out for all those elimination points. So these are the 3 teams that I'm still looking out for. As for your side, I think like these are really solid names that you have.
I mean, for YG, yeah, we've seen the potential. We've seen them already get a chicken dinner tonight. But I've always been a fan of the underdog story. Now, for Flash Vision and the Vipers, I think that we saw the potential. We saw the aggressiveness that can play. We saw the outplays that can potentially happen. But they weren't in the situation to come up on top. And I really want to see the story progress on how exactly these teams can learn from the early days, from the day 1, day 2, and where they can put themselves, especially as the week ends. I mean, there are some more weeks coming through for the wild card, but how much longer do you want to go before you finally show your true colors? Exactly.
You got to get that hit start. You really want to put all-out effort so that other teams would respect you from week 1 onwards, where, you know, morale eventually will go down. Once you wait for those sort of openings, leave nothing to luck. It's all about effort, especially when you're playing in a league by its own. I understand that maybe in the past, for the wildcard regions of Southeast Asia, they compete in a 2 to 3 day window, and perhaps this is relatively new to some of them, where they will really be tested in terms of their stamina. How much time do they have for practice? How much time do they really commit to the tournament? And whoever gasses out first will also eventually lose out a lot of points in the upcoming week. So they gotta also ration in like how much effort do you really do want to put, especially for teams that really relies on momentum. You really gotta sound strong. But for teams that are pretty much stable, like Yangon Galacticos, where you have a formula that works for yourself, repeat that formula, look for any cracks in between, and perhaps you will better yourself from that point onward. So many ways for teams to look at how they could assess some of all these situations, but I think like for now, at least we're getting a little bit of everything from everybody, don't you think?
Yeah, I think everyone's really just showing what exactly they have to offer in terms of team play. And at the same time, we are also seeing new blood. And when it comes to new blood, I always talk about this in terms of like what to expect from new players and new teams. And in these kind of situations for Wildcard, yes, they are new blood, and we can't really expect too much because seasoned players have a different experience, a different sort of mindset when it comes to playing these games competitively compared to the newer players. So I think like one of the most important things is just to keep competing and understanding and learning as you go around there, which is why like teams like Axis Fighting is also Axis Fighter is also something that I am looking forward to seeing, because fresh new blood, fresh new team. If I'm not mistaken, the roster was only just announced recently, and they have a lot of shoes to fill, especially as they come from, quite a legendary team that's made their mark in the PUBG mobile scene.
Yeah, I believe that at least for Axis Fighter, they've been around for a couple of seasons already, though they may have not made their debut during then, supposedly, PMPL SEA. Now, of course, they're facing off against very unfamiliar opponents where, if you're talking about scrims, maybe they only have a couple of months to prepare, not as long as compared to back then where you know who exactly you're going up against. At the same time, like they need to really find things that works out for the team, and therefore, I hope that as for Myanmar, it allows them a little bit more room to thrive, to have a little bit more safety net in that early game, because we understand teams will take their sweet time to loot up and stuff. So, of course, we'll get them enough time to get themselves ready for that.
Speaking of getting ready, I always kind of like got curious because we have sister teams sometimes in this situation, or these teams in these games, right? It's always like, do they learn from the older brother or older sister team? Do they play together? Do they share their play styles and secrets? And we want to see whether or not this has been happening. Regardless, as we move into Myanmar now, I've really been wishing for a prison circle, and everyone tells me it's never gonna happen. But I am never, ever gonna stop believing in that circle.
Well, I don't know who you really want to visit on that corner of the map of prison, but like overall, I will take what I'm getting. I've always wished for that northern oasis setting, so perhaps either of us won't be that lucky this round, but only, the lords of PUBG will decide for us. And speaking of which, we are ready to get our parachutes off of this map. And this is Myanmar.
Mirabar. Good to be back. My favorite part about this map, the long range kills. I always look forward to see who gets the longest kills, who gets the high ground advantage. But now, as we go, the flight path will be coming from Impala all the way to La Drillera. Those who drop over in La Cabrera, Torre Alhumada, Cruz de Val, and as well as water treatment, etc., will be facing some trouble. Now, if we were to see how PMPL MYSG played, these players mostly would just walk up towards their respective drop spots and just choose to loot from there. But we are no longer in MYSG. We are no longer in PH itself. We are here in SEA Wildcard, where, as wild as it sounds, we cannot really predict what these players are thinking. And a lot of them we've seen play the aggressive game, play the very last resort situations, desperate plays come through, and that is fun to watch.
Indeed, and speaking of the Wild Wild West, this is the Wild Wild East section of a start from Impala all the way to La Driela that doesn't really offer much room for teams to actually play on that northern sector, but teams are still vying to get back to their respective hometowns, which means there may just be contests for vehicles, which might actually see majority of them actually fighting it all out just to get their hands on what's worth. But first phase of the circle has already appeared over onto the sector of El Pozo as well as Montenevo, meaning to say, honestly, there's not much time and room for them to loot from, especially I'm looking at teams that started off early. Since Esports will be kicking things off from the corners of Junkyard, they gotta make their in time, and therefore, look at the sector. Like we said early on, expect a little bit of feisty fights to kick things off.
It always happens in these early situations. And if we saw the, I would say, momentum of the map earlier, it was action throughout the entire time. There wasn't really a cooldown period. But I'm wondering if it'll be different on this map. Because if you remember from previous seasons, it was going to be those early fights and then a huge cooldown until 5-6 minutes, and that's a different story. But it's going to be the kid that opens it up, finds Nasty, sends him to the lobby, no pickups, no takebacks, no refunds.
Not at all, and Axis Fighter really picked on the wrong enemy to start off their match inside Myanmar. Anchor PUBG just got off of a 12th elimination spree inside of Erangel, and, you know, they're not even giving them any form of rest or laurels, and, well, that is all that they could possibly take for the time being, which, mind you, Shroud as well as Atif, they're up close and personal. It's all down to Baby to hold them all off.
Not a great situation, but it's still a great pick. It's gonna be TF picked up here, the kid. Going for a very, very long rotation, but Baby finally goes down. She has been the one to get those picks. But this time around, it's gonna be Chi-Chi that will be trading her out there. Not the worst situation to be in. A 1-for-1 trade. And I think that's fair. But if you look at FOD right now, they lost 3 players already. And I'm really curious as to what happened there. Because that is a huge loss very early.
Yeah, Anchor PUBG suddenly have been overwhelmed. They were only using SMGs. And in terms of gear, you don't expect them to have as much as that warehouse can only provide. Good enough for one, I would say. They were sharing the same compound. And then this push upwards and that perfect elevated area that Baby was looking upon have definitely allowed these 2 picks to happen. And Anchor PUBG, I don't think they have much time to actually retrieve Atif. They will have to play with 2, and perhaps maybe a big wraparound would catch the rest of Axis Fighter off guard. So, as much as they didn't really have the best start for Axis Fighter, they managed to salvage the situation and turn things better. And it's already a really good sign for the team hailing from Singapore. Now, looking into some of the other regions as well, I believe it'll be a little bit quieter as compared to Jumatera.
Oh, Baby. She got one more there. Great situation. It's 2. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No worries.
Because I was just like really excited to see Axis just kind of like pull up, you know? Especially after their track record earlier. And it's always fun to see these teams that's lower, playing out at the bottom side here, just really pull up, show off their fangs, and show us why exactly they deserve to be here. Because these teams have potential, but in some situations they weren't able to show off what they have, and when they do, it's very exciting to watch.
That's true, and there's only more good things to come for Axis Fighter, as they've managed to at least gather a few points in this particular round. As for the past 3 rounds, including maybe a break round for Axis Fighter as well, of course, those starting rounds weren't exactly the best. They only had 1 point throughout those round averages. And now adding 2 is a good step. Double of what they had through those efforts so far. And teams, it's not about how they first start off sometimes. It's all about how they finish, like you said earlier. Now, we'll definitely want to see what else turns up for Axis Fighter. But at the meantime, Astia, we've seen them going guns blazing. But for now, in the map like Myanmar, you really have to do your due diligence.
Different energy.
Yeah, very different energy, right? Like, you got to do your scouting, you got to look around, you got to look for those loots, and you talk about loot. Scanning's only got, like, maybe just the basics down for the time being. You'd still need a lot of smokes, a lot of frag grenades, stun sometimes, depending on the player, if they're comfortable, and if your team actually trusts you with it, with the stuns.
Yeah. The stuns can be very, very good. I really want to see more, I would say, proactive plays. I was just talking about long-range plays. Here's one of them. Our Game Lab Alpha is the one suffering. He's almost like I would call him a mountain goat, you know? They're just holding over at the edge of the high ground terrain. That's exactly where he is. That's exactly where Kai is, a goat. But in this situation, the goat can't run away and
Yeah,
it's knocked
there's
out.
this
Unfortunate.
ancient quote that says, "As clever as the squirrel is, the higher you climb, you will
It's
eventually
not
fall."
a goat. Come on.
You can go with goat as well, but you know, like
You don't remember the OG meme? We crave the mineral.
we crave the mineral.
Oh, maybe my age is showing there. Whoopsie.
Yeah, like I'm not too sure about minerals, but they do need a little bit of mineral water in their packs as well. I mean, look at the dry dust and the sandy dunes. Like, and speaking of resources, right? It doesn't come in plenty, but a must. At least he starts off with a level 3 vest, which is going to help him
Good.
so well. And mind you, they're starting off from the far corners of these map and finally cutting through into Picado, into the central sector. GE, I want to see how well do they fare in terms of long-range fights as well, because we see most of the time when they do pick up fights, it's mostly coming out of mid to short range as well, where they have full complete mastery of, which, without a shadow of a doubt, West have been the marksman of the team, as we see 300 over damage on an average per round, which is kind of absurd if you ask me. But that's almost to a certain that he secures at least a 2-pointer every single match.
The aggression will come around. It does show in the stats. And Davan is the one to be eating that nade. Does get a trade back, but Glap just gonna be tactically retreating from now. We've seen this before. A team inside the compound that's not proactive. A team outside. Now remember, if you are outside, you don't have a compound, and you're holding this area too long, you are way more vulnerable outside than inside, because you are prone to being hit by other teams. You are
I
prone
agree.
to those long range shots. You are prone to being run over by a vehicle, because that is a very open area.
Yeah, and on the flip side, I do understand why they play defensively as well. Maybe they're not too confident, and once you get picked, you expect this opposing team to swarm in from all angles as well. So, it is a difficult decision to make, but of course, we'd love to see a little bit more proactivity coming in from the team, respectively. Meanwhile, we see a little bit of a bird's eye vision across the map. Majority of teams are cutting across the sector of Power Grid. Expect to see a lot of fights throughout the hill. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos have a problem of their own as well. As we speak of it, the trades are coming in. KE trying to find ways to take advantage of Dragon, who is currently left all alone, and nothing much that Scotty can do but to actually make a move out of this situation.
I'm honestly shocked that G-Lab wasn't able to protect their area. And on top of that, KE, their aggression will be rewarded. They get 2 picks out of that. And now they have to go away. They have to give up the compound. And they get, and KE gets the kills as well. But if you look at Osha as well, they got a pick onto APG's players. And for APG, the team that got a chicken dinner just now, coming into this map with a win that big, the momentum, they hope to bring it forward, must be pretty frustrating. But Newbie gets exploded, just like his name, 666, the number of death, and Game Lab is out of the round.
Oh boy.
4 points though in the pocket, not the worst way to go.
Yeah, and G Lab, you know, like the way that they handled the situation, I guess like they weren't expecting a push in time, and they don't really know where exactly to run off to. Scott did try his level best, and Anchor PUBG, you know, for them to lose out so many members early on in a particular fashion, that they were the ones being proactive, but instead being punished in return, it doesn't really look to be the best. Especially early games commitments, you have to be very careful.
Baby.
And yep, Axis Fighter, they will lose 1-2.
I'm really sad because she has been getting those unexpected picks. It's always fun to watch her point of view. Regardless, her out of the game means that it's another member of Axis going down. Doesn't this give you deja vu for the main roster of Axis, the brother team rather, where they would always lose one by one, bit by bit, but the shotgun to the face gives Deje the extreme satisfaction that he wants. But at the same time, YG is in trouble as 2 more members that's knocked down.
They're just leaving no stones unturned. I mean, that's a place that almost nobody will check, but they've kept their eyes really closed and have marked them all along. Axis Fida absolutely being depleted, leaving only one standing in the way. And West Point, Mamba, they have some long-range shots to show off as Anchor PUBG. They don't really have much in return. One final player just hiding right underneath the noses of West Point Mamba. Federalis will be giving a little bit more supplement towards who I do believe is Amas, who's currently in charge of taking him out. While the rest of KE, they just take over that section where they clear off some of all these players much early on. And West Point Mamba, they could actually do exactly the same to KE, what they did to players of Game Lab.
It would be really funny if that actually happened. It's like instant karma, right? But for Amas, I'm not sure where he got. Oh, he got caught out by H2O there. It's honestly really interesting to see all these long-range picks coming through, and YG, another member, knocked down. Honestly, this has not been their round. Look at that. They're in trouble now as FOD pushes up. His teammate is outside, but Nang Zut pushes forward, gets one pick onto him. He's so very low. Not picked yet. His teammate will be reviving him, but Nang Zut, he's on his own. Last person left alive. The reset is there. You hear his footsteps. Sprays out. Doesn't see him. Takes a little bit of damage here, but it's going to be FOD that comes up on top.
Yeah, great trades, nevertheless. Now Fuse left out all alone, but we've seen some of these situations before, and it's going up against his ex-member QB as well. And just look at Fuse fighting there for his life. He will bring one down and have pinned out another. He's looking for the other angle, and QB immediately going for the save as well. He's basically second-guessing, and Few, he's basically infiltrating, pulling ring around the Rosie, and Few, he's getting tagged. QB 1 versus 1, and his ex-team won't get him back in return.
Enigma. 2 players down, and QB, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Getting shot at from Marnet as well as Power on the other members of Power. The reset comes through. I don't know if he's gonna make it out alive, but if he does, it'll be a big game changer. But that pincer from both sides, a double swing, perfectly played by Power, as though they said 1, 2, 3, let's swing out together. Nice.
Yeah, and what's even nicer is he brought in the M249 in Myanmar, right? Like, the weapon with the most amount of recoil, but it doesn't matter, right? This guy, you just need to land one bullet. It's just like him sneezing on this giant piece of tissue. Like, he's never gonna miss. Like, I don't even know, like, how much could they actually handle? Power finally stepping up to the plate, especially with Few popping off in that instance. And remember that, it was a 1 versus 3 at first. He almost brought all 3 down by himself until these backups come into the picture.
This is when you really learn the power of teamwork, the power of swinging together, moving together matters, and not getting isolated. Because sometimes even one player can do so much damage to your team. And we know strength in numbers has always been one of the most important things to worry about when it comes to this game. Now, it's going to be between Monte Nuevo as well as Power Grid here. As you can see, KE, WPM holding on to that nice terrain. It's almost like they're sharing this terrain. They have an unspoken gentleman's agreement until time runs out. But meanwhile, we're looking at the other members of Oja. I think that they want to play this high ground area. It might be a good thing for them as they go into the circle. But look at how much shots are out there. SK, they want to get this fight. But we saw those sprays just now. None of them actually hit any of the members.
Yeah, and despite that, like, Austria just have some vision advantage as well. They spot out Marcos and they are chasing for it. Astro X, despite smoking a vehicle, he's going to push forward. 3-man versus 1, and he is just stepping on the pedal to the metal to try to salvage the situation, but he's about to be burned out. And no members of SKR are even retaliating. And thankfully, he gets into a safe zone, but Astroax will still find the angles in return. Power also looking
I was
out.
about to say, he got away scot-free.
And then that happened.
But Ozja said, no, they're not done. Just wait. And they get that really long-range kill onto them. SK wasn't even able to do anything. They weren't able to revive. They weren't able to even get a trade out of that because that was a very interesting angle they played. It was high ground, but a narrow one that passes by that, I would say, that terrain plus the buildings as well. So you can't really trade out from the area unless you have that high ground advantage on the other side. But speaking of advantages, it's gonna be Vipers on the aggressive. H2O in trouble as Deja. That is a very insanely scary spray.
Yeah, and that's also from a long range. They find them right on the outskirts of the compound. And look at how sharp they are. This is about close to 200 meters onwards where they're currently picking them off from. But there should be enough room for the rest of H2O to go in for a quick reset. Speed, not wasting much resources, opt to go in for bandages. And they do notice there is another team by the other sector as well. So what the rest of Vipers are currently doing is to gate members of H2O from getting inbound into a deeper territory of the circle. Asia will have to also keep them in check as well, should they want to do the same to Vipers.
And for KE, how long have they held on to this area after they took over that real estate? They didn't have to move because the circle has always been in their possession. And I think like out of all the high ground area in that particular terrain, they have won the gold mine because it's an area that's close, is surrounded by a lot of buildings. So speaking of buildings here, it's going to be H2O and the aggression fighting the last two members of Power. Wako and Range put some damage onto Miles, but it's going to be a trade from Labos at least. So this is the most aggressive I've ever seen them. Wako, he picks off two. He drops two actually. With Fred outside all alone, resets come two on Miles, and Toki goes down. Wako is making damage happen to H2O before finally going down, and this man showing that he is not going down without a massive fight.
And they all just have this individual prowess with them, even though they were absolutely outnumbered. Power have absolutely impressed me, because he almost eliminated 3 members of H2O by himself. And it really boils down to that one final moment, but H2O will have their own redemption in return now that the dust have settled in. Not so much for Camper X, dealing with Skynin, another veteran member of the Cambodian region. And this long-range battles, they're not settling anytime soon, but it's problematic for us that they don't have vehicles to run right in. Yes, they do have this buggy, but the moment that they sprint off, they're going to be clipped. And speaking of which, Astro is on the ground already.
Astro's been really unlucky. If you notice, he's always been the first one knocked down, but it's okay because Skynin is here to make everything better. We have seen the expectation fall onto his shoulders in round 1. Maybe he can redo it again. And for H2O, I am shook that they lost absolutely no one in that massacre. They got the resets, but Mal also is very low. Now, APG, the kid, they think they are suspecting where he is. But speaking of that, Rain with the sprays. Skynin gets knocked down and clipped. And the sprays still come through from Rain. You mentioned this was a very, very long-range shot coming through. And I think the Vipers, they want to play this way, and it's been working on their favor.
And we taught that Vipers, you know, being a snake, it means you're going to go up close and personal. No, they can basically give you a taste of their poison from afar. Holy Launcher, though, subbing right in, and Sin will be able to find those picks going on for the team. GE, however, has quite the outreach from the outskirts to find some picks going on in favor of them. Sin now being pincered by West Point Mamba as well. This is not going to be the best position for them to fight things out, while MS taking the high elevated hills might actually spot some players out there, but H2O are keeping themselves inbound inside the compound, whereas KE, they are just holding on to this site for the longest of time.
That's a 3-way fight between WTM and H2O and Vipers. But H2O this time, despite the reset, you saw 2 people go down. And there's also going to be a fight with Deja as well. We saw that H2O wants to get that refrag onto Vipers. So this 3-way fight is a very interesting one because I have no clue where WPM is because we saw them get actually 2 picks just now. I think one of them may have already been lobbied.
That's true, and there's just going to be more names to be lobbied through the screens. Capper being one of them as well. SKR, despite them being in a precarious situation, they did manage to find 1 member out of there. So now heading into a top 12 situation, we're seeing almost every single team to be very heavily involved in battles, except for Sin Esports currently. Despite having 4 members, they have yet to find themselves that first pointer in the back.
Man, for Axis, I think this may just be one of the longest surviving moments they have survived in the game so far. They did lose 1, but they still have a decent amount of players. Actually, no, it might just be Chichi, actually. The other members may have already been picked off, but look at where YG are. There are 2 packages in their area. That's a big advantage.
Yeah, if in doubt, follow the crates, and you might actually get the circle along
Real.
as well. And just take a look at the position of Marnay. Like, he's on the outskirts. Eventually, he will find a little bit more window to cut right in. But he might also need to face off against the rest of GE. So that could prove to be a little problematic for YG, who currently has 3 members. Maybe losing 1 in return if they are not careful enough. The top gets in, finds Andrew. Falcon loses 1. Meanwhile, the rest of West Point Mamba have been able to hold out their own, and this might just actually be their round so long as they keep finding their optimal point of engagement. But for the time being, they only got that 1 pickoff, and things are slowly turning into a more dangerous state as stage 6 approaches.
And for Sin, got the advantage by, oh my god, FCon? Just dying to the play zone. They aren't able to get inside of the circle. 10th place with only 1 elimination point is not the ideal situation they want to go on at. Regardless, for Sin, you don't really want to butt heads with GE. We've seen how aggressive they can be and how fast they move in terms of whenever you get a pick, they rush forward, and before you can even blink, they're around you. But for the kid here from APG, he's stuck. Where are you gonna go? You cannot run behind because it's a flat area. H2O will see you. You can't climb up either. That terrain is not in your favor.
Yeah, and looking at H2O, they do have the circleless advantage, so I feel like if it does sway in their favor, they might actually have another great round. If it doesn't, they do have a little bit more open window to run, but there is West Point Mamba over on the top side of the hill. And speaking of which, West Point Mamba does find the final member of APG, eliminates them on 9th place, and Pop, my goodness, finds a moving vehicle and snaps it directly to the head, and he gets another one, almost getting Lanju, but because of the tension that he's drawn out, Federalis will pin him down.
This is a very scary situation, but GE on the aggressive, KE as well at the same time, but it's gonna be Sin that's in trouble, sandwiched between 2 of the heavy-hitting teams right now. They are gonna take so much damage. Moy gonna be the first one down. There's still another, I believe, 2 players still very much alive, but it's gonna be GE's problem. YG pushing forward. They want to take this fight onto H2O. H2O chill as a I can't find something that rhymes with it. Chill as a cucumber, yes. They are not moving at all, but the damage is coming through. And perhaps the chilling isn't the way to go, as Vipers and YG have all their attention onto them. H2O drink it and probably just leg it out of there, as Fredals will be the first one to be knocked down.
Boy, oh boy, look at the intensity of the situation. Majority of the teams really don't want to give too much vital information, whereas KE, despite them being in the slum area for the longest of time, they do find a little bit more of a window to eventually move in. Sin absolutely dodged that fight, but if they are not careful, the rest of KE can basically strike them down as they start to rotate into the circle. As for H2O, they have that direct access from the south side, despite them being so far away. So with that region cleared off, all they have to look out is those long-range shots coming in from West Point Mamba. And for Vipers, they're just trying to sneak their way through. So I don't see any teams that have clear advantages in this regard, especially even for GE. They do have the numbers, and Marty's just slowly getting shredded. Master Zai, he's just gonna be sneaking upon him and will draw blood, but he's down, but not out. So there should be a little bit more helping hand coming from the rest of YG.
GE, if you remember Master Zai, that is a very, very long flank rather. They were trying to sandwich, but the commitment coming through, the fact that it's on a lower terrain is very scary.
Oh,
Master Zai has already repositioned once again, but the sandwich, round 2 for YG, not the best situation to be in. The top will be the first one knocked down. He does have some cover, but getting the reset will be the problem. But Mare finally goes down, and Cut Top does get blown to smithereens as Master Zai gets YG, and it's gonna be our top 5 now.
Still securing a little bit of ranking points overall. Didn't really seem like the best round for Yangon Galacticos, but the show goes on. Cambodia Esports leaving with only one player standing in the way. Same goes to Sin Esports as well, as they were trying to avoid the altercation against KE. And speaking of which, both teams with those low numbers eventually will slowly be wiped off. Sin still surviving, however, heading into the top 4. Smile drops a big grenade. And eventually Speed will be the one to be flipped off as well. West now trading right back. They do get those perfect vision. And I don't really see a reason why not to pick onto the rest of Vipers. They will make their way into the top 3.
Oh, the Vipers just showing everyone what they're made of. Regardless, they are now out of the game. WPM, the aggressive team that we've seen again and again, this time wants to show why they want this chicken dinner, and they want it really bad. As for GE, while they are aggressive, they are reaping what they sown. They have 2 players knocked down. They can go for the revive, and I think it's exactly what's going to happen. So for the members of WPM, perhaps the best time to push is now, but they have no information where the other members of GE are. So that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to play the prone game, where they're going to be very sneaky, play on the other side. But West has been playing this nice terrain here to not only give information, but also catch them in the act of trying to sandwich them from the other side.
True enough. Now advantages over on the team hailing in from Myanmar as well as the Philippines. Speaking of which, we have 2 teams from the Philippines, and this seemingly to be the best round for their respective region. And West Point Mamba have just shown dominance throughout the course of the battle with those long-range shots. Now, they do control majority of the sector of the map. Like, take a look at the minimap. Sure, it is showing you mostly these outskirts of the zone, but they have control of at least 50% of the sector. And now the only difference maker here could be Sin, where they could basically thrive while both teams commit into the battle. But the positioning from both sides with the most members have been looking to be pretty much sublime, where West Point Mamba hasn't really shown too much to the rest of GE. Whereas Genesis Esports, they are going on this 2-2 split, so they can basically focus fire onto anybody out there. And now finally getting info onto Chi. What? Yeah, just looking at him go, most of the members of West Point Mamba have managed to find those picks, even through the smokes, but now they are depleted. The rest of GE overwhelms them through this cove in the middle of the sector, and I don't think he's got a way out. He got to pick his fights carefully, and now he's also pissed about by the corner, and it will be Genesis Esports' first ever win in day 1 of the Wildcard Southeast Asia PMPL.
I am shocked that GE managed to pull that, because Genesis Esports was in trouble. We saw them getting pincered by WPM by so many different areas. They were knocked down, 2 knocked down. But what they did was they just didn't panic, kept a cool mind. One person gets the reset, don't panic to get both at the same time, sending 2 players forward. And it's also really important to talk about how they're able to handle the push coming in from WPM. They had already anticipated that play, because WPM has done it again and again. Get 1 knock, push forward. So what they did was did not move. It's stonewall play, holding those angles, perfectly played. The best counter for a team like WPM.
Yeah, and I really want to give it up to Ichi, because he has also done a lot of repositioning. Look at the damage he does. Don't mind that 1 elimination point. Sure, it may not be the most amount, but he is a tank after all. Look at that. 254 points of damage being taken throughout the run, and he still left standing. It's also thanks to his teammate that he is left surviving throughout the course of the map. And you just look at Genesis Esports, they're like undying cockroaches, right? Like, you knock one down, they pull back, and then they start to reposition. And because of the territory that they have created for themselves to have a big wraparound, West Point Mamba eventually ran out of space to work around with, despite them having the first-hand advantage initially, and then they start to lose out members after members, and it only takes a few more bullets to land the final hit to get this chicken dinner in return. And we got so many of all these stats on the screen. And just take a look. This time around, West Point Mamba as well as Vipers, like, they have, like, for some of the furthest distance travel. Of course, none in comparison with Sin, where they did rotate most of the way. But what's the trend here between all these teams? Long-range battles. Their prowess from long range have brought them so far into the top 4.
I think it's also really important to talk about how these teams were also very aggressive. And it's a very interesting situation. We saw one player play so far back or so far away. It's like a 3-1 formation coming through from them, where one person just focuses on those long-range picks, those kill steals, and the others either will push forward with the rest of the members, or they will just kind of wait it out. And we saw so many different kill steals happening on this particular map, where it's very, very cheeky, it's very frustrating. And we also have seen power. I mean, we saw how nasty it can be when you don't play together with teammates and get isolated.
That's right, and that is basically the biggest clutch lesson coming out of not only Few, but also all the other members of Power as well. Even when they were outmanned, they are never outgunned. Now, going into the final situation, this is the spread that I was talking about. After some quick resets, they reposition so quickly, so it really draws the attention away from the members of West Point Mamba to deal with that situation. And this time around, the victors of the match, Genesis Esports, walks away with 18 total points, whereas West Point Mamba have their best record so far, second place with 13 points. And not forgetting, Vipers surge upwards with also 7 eliminations and 11 points.
This has been one of the most exciting maps we've seen so far, especially as we saw multi-team fights. It wasn't really like a one-on-one kind of situation. It was maybe a 3-on-3 or 4-on-4. We saw those, I would say, third parties happening as well. And we saw even sandwiching happening. So this makes it very, very exciting as we see how hungry these teams can be. Now, surging up to the top spot is going to be GE. They've been very, very consistent throughout all of these maps, I have to say. And despite some maps they don't make it up to maybe the top 5, they still go out to the lobby with at least maybe a handful of kills in their pocket on top of that placement point. So 42 points, putting them way ahead of YG, Asia, and APG, who each have 1 chicken dinner each.
That's right, and they've already played 4 matches, so Yangon Galacticos as well as Asia have played 3, so there is still ample time for them to play catch-up as well. Eventually, that team will have to rest. Meanwhile, let's look at the other side of the bracket as well, where Flash Vision is slowly being pushed downwards. They still have, another game to be played out because this is only their third matchup. And then you look at all the rest of the team. I think, like, the teams that have impressed the most from the past 2 rounds has to be Vipers as well as H2O, where most of the points have been collected in these 2 rounds itself. Whereas, of course, Axis, there is improvements, maybe not about enough, and Burmese Goals not looking like they have a good time throughout the course of the run.
I think like for these teams here at the very bottom of the bracket, they still have a lot to, I think, adjustments to make as they still try to get to know all of these teams. After all, it's still day number 1, and as a team that's just come into the big leagues, it does take some time for them to mentally prepare themselves to understand these patterns that each team has. And it always really, really benefits teams who understands patterns early. Regardless, we're gonna go for a quick break, and when we come back, it's gonna be the final map of the night. Miramar once again, Tashbani and Contra. We'll see you guys in a little while.
Wake up.
Wake up.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Is it time?
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. My name's Contra, and this is Tash Bunny, your casters for the entirety of the day. And as much as this being our final game of the evening, remember guys, there's a whole lot more going on for the entirety of the week, as we'll keep you up to speed with every team running for the top spot to see who makes it to the Southeast Asia Championship. And of course, once again, we'd like to remind you guys that there's a lot of cool stuff happening in your PUBG Mobile game itself, and you can check out the Neon's Assassin's Power. It's the new Power 4 series, available now.
Man, I wonder how powerful you feel when you wear this particular set, because it is beautiful. Moving on, we also have other sets going on at the same time, and I really like to say these collaborations coming around, these beautiful sets. And speaking of that, it's gonna be the Silver Guru set, giving a lot of Journey to the West vibes, Descendants of the Sun vibes, Sun Wukong's vibes. And instead of like those usual pulls, you get a gun, and I really liking the details on the gun as well. This whole set is one of the most iconic ultimate sets that you can get, and I feel like when you go into the game, will you feel better with a neon powerful one, or do you feel better with the Silver Guru?
Honestly, I would like to be the Silver Guru. Like, just look at the guy with the white hair. You know, like, this guy is about to whip some kung fu moves at you. And speaking of moves, you know, we've got the brand new Royal Pass available now. It's Season 19, and you can get so many skins involved, from, you know, the entirety of the costume to so many weapon skins at the same time, including a helicopter skin. And not only that, we got the legend himself, Bruce Lee, kicking down doors and paving way for your chicken dinners where you can have more faith in yourself with the martial artist master Bruce Lee to join in your particular matches.
I am really hoping that one day, instead of a melee weapon that you smack people, right? You get to kick people. That would be bomb. That will be insanely bomb. But speaking of what else is bomb, the social media pages of PUBG Mobile. Whether you're in Malaysia, Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, or Singapore, there is a page for you. So these pages are where you can get not only the latest updates, the latest VODs, the live streams, as well as funny memes of your favorite players. This is where you should be looking out for TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, as well as TikTok again.
Yeah, there's so many things that you could basically see, like funny clips out of all these players, or even you can even submit them to all these social media pages, and hopefully they will be able to feature you guys as well. Now, before we even get ourselves into our final game, let's also take a look at the best performances out of the Myanmar run that we have, because we're about to get ourselves into a Myanmar matchup. So,
are you surprised? Honestly asking you.
Am I
surprised?
Are
you honestly surprised?
I am actually, in fact, surprised in some of these teams' performances, especially for Viper bouncing back up so strongly to be able to secure a top 3 finish and eventually getting a lot of frags as well. As much as they don't have the chicken dinner, they look really good. So match 5, we'll see a couple of teams sitting out this time around. So this will involve Group A, B, D, as well as E. So Group C will be taking a rest for now. So, of course, this also opens up a little bit more room for a little bit more diversity, don't you think? Tash, like we've seen a lot of duels very early on. Perhaps they've started to understand, okay, maybe it's not the best to go guns blazing early and play for that late game, and then we'll see that helter-skelter fight.
I think that with Group C going off, like what we've seen in terms of power rankings, right? Genesis has been scary, H2O has been scary, Enigma has been scary, APG as well has been scary. So I would say this is the power group. With them out of the way, I think like a lot of teams can breathe a sigh of relief, because you're not going to have these very aggressive plays, but they still have to look out for West Point Mamba. We have seen flashes of visions, flash vision. And WPM being my pick here, honestly, are you surprised? We've seen their performance. They performed very well on this map. The aggression coming through, and power as well, actually. That 1v3, insane.
Yeah, and of course, with that being said, like with all these teams out there, I just would want to see better performance from teams that didn't manage to get the best chances on that particular game to give it another go. And speaking of which, we're already getting ourselves ready for our flight. And without further ado, let's head in for our final battle in Myanmar.
Okay, this is where things get interesting, because we've seen Asha, we've seen Viper's Clan, and SKRE. We've seen them show those flashes of power, but it gets cut off in the middle of their aggressive plays. Now, without Group C, I am really hoping to see a comeback, or rather the aggression, or a spike in terms of how they play, a performance spike from these 3 particular teams. But Yangon Galacticos also, we have to keep an eye on, because they've been pretty consistent throughout the day.
Yes, they are, and I'm also looking at other teams like KE, who currently will be playing the matchup in particular, where I believe they've been able to secure just as much points to chase up against Yangon Galacticos. So this being the very final round, very crucial to set the standard straight to secure that first place finish on the podium. Now, this flight takes us through from the direct north point of the Oasis as well as Torre Ahumada into the uncharted territories of southern Los Leones. So I believe this also gives access to multiple teams into the largest region of the township of Los Leones. Therefore, Burmese Goals as well as West Point Mamba, they're about to take shape into that respective city. Meanwhile, Flash Vision Esports is going to slowly float over to Impala, but this is deja vu all over again. But look into the situation inside of Picado, where you have KE challenging Axis Fighter, or should I say the other way around, Axis Fighter dropping into this city for the very first time.
Baby's so very low. she got just clipped straight in the face. Chi is ready for that trade. No, she's not. She's in a whole other building. I just realized that. But in this situation, baby, all on her own, it's a little bit hard because if she were to go up, the top is there. But it looks like baby was ready for the trade. Baby gets him.
What?
Baby comes out on top, and no one puts baby in the corner.
It's crazy on how baby keep finding all these first but ratios, and I was keeping my eyes on her because the whole time it looked like she never had a weapon. I believe she might have actually just picked up that UMP and then just turn it around. Snap! You're it. You're out of the game. One member gone from the side of KE. And I was hoping for this team to eventually chase up against Yango Galacticos, but this seemed to be too much of a surprise for him to handle. And am I seeing a crossbow for one of the members of Axis Fighter? I'm not too certain, but at least for Chi-Chi, I think she's already got her eyes locked onto Puff Puff.
I think what's really interesting as well is the lack of information. Like, yeah, maybe the member of the team, I mean, they actually said like, oh, there's someone in here, and there's only one person. For KE, that lack of information did not allow them to push out and help their teammates, because what if there is a crossfire? This is an elevated area. This is an urban area with multiple floors. You have no clue where those players would be.
Wow.
You hear the gunshots. You have no clue where they are. Sprays come out. Nasty nearly brings down Boy Sean. And now Boy Sean is just running for his life. He wants to get that I would say, that reset. And it's really important that Nasty chases him, but he doesn't know that he jumped out. He doesn't know that he's downstairs. This is not a great situation, but Sean does go down eventually.
And Axis Fighter is just showing their experiences. They've played multiple seasons.
Well, that's beautiful.
Before, and they will get this pick due to that proactivity. All thanks to Baby, they have got this entire team activated, and they're just out there for blood, and even forcing members of the side of K to retreat. And this is something that is unseen before. Now, the only place that KE can play off is from the office building, and that's basically a corner, but that allows them to at least get a little bit of a peek outside the window. I'm not too certain, though. I mean, when you have a 4 versus 2, how do you overcome these kind of situations? Because they can attack from all angles.
Yeah, the isolation. If Axis is not careful, they can go down. But speaking of going down here, VE versus WPM. It's a 1-on-1. Interesting. Wondering where the other members of the team are and what is going on. Scouting mission is what's happening perhaps, or maybe they just want to cover more areas to loot. Now, speaking about looting, Axis is chasing. They are chasing the heck out of KE, and KE are running for their lives. But if they want to run, they have to be really sneaky about it, because the guns that Axis has gotten right now are actually really good guns, especially from Baby. She got a really good gun that is great DPS and great in the CQC situations. Just sprays out.
What?
And Davan will be caught here.
By few. On the outskirts.
Wow, that is a very long range situation. And that's exactly why they weren't able to run out early. And now Wako and the other members of Power are going to try and pincer the other members here. Axis or KE, doesn't really matter to them. They just want a third party.
And these guys of Power Esports League are absolute vultures. They've been doing this time and time again, even in close combat, like just causing upsets throughout the course of the match. The Filipino representatives are doing so much. Wako! He fell down all by himself while Ame cleans up the final member of KE. An unfortunate round for KE where they were just dropped by a surprise visitor. And Axis Fighter, this time, showing so much strength. The last round, they challenged Anchor PUBG, and Power, they're thinking, okay, now we got a situation. We got to save Wako. Maybe we should commit to this battle inside of the city.
But look at Axis. They are so good. The reposition, but Nasty does get spotted out. CC as well. CC in trouble. Took damage. Not enough to knock him. I really got to commend them for that very brave reposition, because they are very aware that Power has done these long-range picks. And in my opinion, perhaps playing closer to a terrain or a building would have been the best choice. But I think they really needed to move fast before a push comes through from Power. Speaking of a push, for FV, we did see a 1v1 earlier between WPM and FV. nothing quite yet happened. If you look at that, Amas has a little bit of damage as well as Migs, but like, honestly, can be disregarded. Perhaps they did run into each other, they did have a small little skirmish, but ended up running for their lives. Weren't exactly, I would say, committed to these fights. And speaking of commit, it's going to be Axis again committed to another team.
Well, Power just positions from the big wraparound, cutting through the motel grounds into the back of the apartment. They will be met with Nasty, though. He's trying to be on the lookout. Baby should be very wary of the situation. Wacko is the only one left inside the motel. Now, 3 members in, taking over the stadium. This is where they bring strength of numbers, and perhaps that could also surprise Axis Fighter. And Wacko will join in much later on. So 2 versus 3, still doable for the rest of Axis Fighter, but there's no peak angles for the rest of Power at the time being, as majority of the members of Axis, they're just very well protected throughout all these 4 corners of the wall, and the rest of Power will have to wait and see.
I think that for Power, Power has always been these picks from long range, stealing points, but this time around, Few is deciding that enough of the long range fights, let's settle this mano a mano. Let's meet you guys inside of the building itself. With Few leading the charge, it's up to Few to get that first pick, and then we'll see a power spike from the other members of Power as they push through. But with Axis playing on the top side here, it might just be a different story, but Axis playing kind of far away from each other. It's kind of hard to be able to trade.
Yeah, and remember what happened to Enigma when you don't really have the numbers advantage against this particular team. Power will overwhelm them in return. And this is what they're trying to do. They're playing very proactively. They're charging in room after room. And now they finally commit into the battle where we see Wacko bring that DPS to take out Nasty. It doesn't matter how much experience you have in M1 SGPH back then. We are still here to dominate as the champions of the Philippines. Now, continuing on, we did see a glimpse of that mini-map. And it will cause teams to start to make a move across the section. But we will still fixate onto this battle. Now, Axis loses 1. It is now a 3 versus 4 fight, which Axis Fighter decides to keep up with the standstill that they have.
I'm still not very convinced by Axis's positioning here. They're way too far apart. Pick potentials are high, no trade potential. And because they're isolated from one another, they're not able to play together. It's not like what Power is doing, where they have the system of maybe 2 or 3 people playing together, or they would move into one building together. But speaking of newbie, that is a very long range, I would say, tap. Enough to put in the damage, but not enough to get the pick. And Chanlon nearly goes down because of that.
Yeah, using the M16, I mean, it is a vital weapon to go in for long-range taps as well, but it will definitely take a couple more bullets to be able to land the mark. But AZ will immediately go in for a 1 versus 2, will be the first one to bow out with another DPS, put it directly to the head. And Falcon creates back, drops that grenade, secures the kill, and that's where the rest of Falcon swarms in like eagles, hawks, and every other bird of prey that will eventually land the mark. But slowly but surely, Joseph does enough damage, but Goblin is there to loot him up.
Not just loot him up, they barbecued him to death there. Not a great situation. I mean, I know it's dinner time, but come on, guys. It's gonna be Nangzuts pushing up forward here. They want to take this fight. They want all of the points. And you can see a nice little surround happening here as Goblin does pop up some damage onto John, but not enough to take them out. It's gonna be a surprise shot coming through, as we are gonna be seeing them getting lobbied. Not the greatest situation, but you gotta give it to FOD. Very nice surround situation happening as they surround them from all different angles.
Five of Danger really bringing something unexpected. On the high ground territory, we're seeing both teams actually commit into a close range battle. And then it was also due to that recommitment of FOD that resulted in them securing all 4 of these points, as they had just sheer confidence to really take them on. This time around, a little bit more on the long-range situation for PBE as well as Sin. Sin did manage to secure themselves a top 4 finish, while PBE is still looking for their own. They're not particularly interested in this fight because there is a further journey for them to retrieve a more significant area of play. game lab already on the spine of the hill, so they should be able to have this great lookout point upon the teams that are about to enter this territory. And that would be pretty much fine for them, but Axis Sparta is still hunting! She got it!
I love underdog stories. This is definitely one of them. The rise of Axis Fighter, very beautifully done. Moy in trouble, and it's gonna be very, very hard for them to get that revive. So like it or not, they're gonna have to spend some people to distract. It's gonna be Baby that's gonna be trying to get them out of the way. So she sprays, barely gets a damage in, she goes down. Not the greatest situation to be in, but her teammates are ready for the trade. CC goes down in the end. What the heck is happening over here? Because FV33K is putting in that damage. Teammates in the backside helping out here. No one is there to help out. Amir has to sit inside the blue zone, just spamming those heals, and eventually gonna go down. A great start for Axis, but can they survive this bloodbath? And it looks like maybe not, but Amir says, okay, that's fine. We may go down, but you know what? We'll get those kills. We have 5 eliminations already. Amir,
another one!
last player alive. He tries to get the damage, drops off.
Oh my god!
Shoots 2! I can't believe it! Amir, the savior of the team! 7 points for them!
Amir clutches it off! Axis Fighter stands a fighting chance. We were looking at him taking bandages. Doesn't matter, this fight goes on, and most of the members of the Yangon Galacticos are here to defend against the X. But going back to that situation, I can't believe my eyes. He could have went out through the play zone, but he had that tenacity. The X is still challenging though, but it won't matter all too much. 2 members of Yangon against a fallen ally of the X. That should settle the dust. But my goodness, that was the biggest clutch we've seen this week itself.
Man, I'm still speechless. I'm still speechless power. This is the multiple team fights that I have been talking about here. Range, cooking up that nade, trying to get those multi-frags as Wacko comes from their side, catching anyone trying to rotate, finds one member, which is Ranger, stuck in that building, not able to meet up with teammates, gets blown to smithereens. Unfortunate situation as FV down to 2 players left. They want to be able to win this fight, but against 3, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, and there's just no backup coming in from the entirety of the team because that compound is so segregated from the rest. Ranger couldn't really even find angles to trade back. Nanks finds one, and this is where FOD recommits into another battle, and BG being absolutely deterred from getting this push done, and John slowly picks them off. FOD with a solid defense, and even with a wraparound, Burmese skill couldn't even find anything done.
It's just a very unfortunate situation for them because this might just be their redemption match for day 1. And they're getting pincered, they're getting attacked from so many different areas. They weren't even able to get the trade. Here comes the teammate ready for the revive. But look at how fast the resets happened for FPE. Immediately gets 2. Not 2, but 1. Takes the damage from 1 more. We do hear the shuffling coming from at least 1 more. Just trying to find a window here to play with. Spots him out. He might just eat that nade. Does not hit it. Thankfully, but the sprays come out, gets 1, nearly clips the other player. Then just quickly reposition, trades out with a teammate. Look at this not one, but I would say a tag team situation happening from FOD. I love to see this team play.
And this tag team duo of death is just working it like magic. John has already got 6 limbs by his own, all thanks to the setup coming from Nanks. And he just went in for the cleanup, wear a rank hit, tries to go in for a pick. Power will lose few in return. Flash vision down to these 2 men, and it's still a lockdown situation. They could not really step out, and that's also because PBB is absolutely on their backs. Power Esports, though, they are trying to trade right back, and FE just hopes that nobody swamps into the building.
Power does get that revive, does get that reset situation going on. It has to buy some time before his teammate, the reposition, does come through. Hasn't been spotted out by any of the teams just yet. So at least there's still 2 players on their side. Not necessarily the worst situation. 3 did not notice range on the other side. And now we're on this sort of like Mexican standoff from these 3 teams with FVE and and Power inside of those buildings. We do see some nades thrown out. PBE does not want to push their luck. So PBE is in a situation where they need to hurry, they need to go aggressive because they need to take this fight to get into the circle. But the problem is these two teams are very unpredictable. You have no clue where exactly they're going to be.
Yeah, and the rest of Power is just playing as gatekeepers right now. They could slowly wait as much as they want to. They're just guarding the edge of the zone, and eventually somebody got to show their hands. Eventually. Meanwhile, as for the rest of FOD, they really don't have to worry too much. They have ample of spacing to be played out. Whereas, as for the members of Game Lab, they will also have compounded their own to hold on. So consider this a little bit of a standstill, but look at the suppressive shots coming out of the PBE. They kept Power in check. He was still needing to heal up. I don't think they have much resources left in terms of aid. And look at the other quarter. My goodness. Once again, long-range shot, sharpshooters of Ozja as well as Viper in close proximity.
In this situation, we've been seeing this Mexican standoff go for almost 5 minutes, and finally the first initiation happens to be Wako that's going to be clipped first. Look on the other side there, Viper's on the rise, finds a member of WPM, but Range... We've seen Range really take this proactive role as the doctor, reviving his teammates over and over and over again, but the aggression comes through here, the push out happens, and PBE on a rampage finds the other members of the team, and it allows Power enough time to get that reset. This is the best case scenario for Power right now. Regardless for PBE,
Wow.
they are in danger. Demigod down, Raul goes down, Bonboy goes down, and it's just Arimon left, and he can't do anything. He pushes up, he gets shot at because this is not a nice terrain. It's not in his favor.
And he's definitely being pressured to also make a move, but losing members one after another, this was not what PBA has in mind, and this is why gatekeeping is so effective. Also keep in mind, Power is still on the lookout. Raimon can easily be picked off if he moves any further. Chewy has ample of time to go in for the reset. All thanks to Raul with the initiatives to suppress the advancement of PBE. Now, window of opportunity for them to make a move, and Raimon is sure to shove them all the way back, and he wants to commit against Chewy.
Yep, Chewy. We did see a Molotov out in his hand, but he changes that to a grenade, pops it off, finds the other member, but thankfully PBE was able to get that reset. Raul trying to find a situation where he can just run and gun this, but hasn't found the chance just yet. Throws out another nade. Chewy fighting and pushing through the smokes. Hard to see, but look at this crossfire from PBE. Not the most gracious situations for him to cross through, and I think he senses this danger. His spider senses are tingling.
Oh, there we go. Raul going out for the hunt, but they have managed to heal up in time. So he is going to pull back. He knows that they are standing, and Chewy holding on to his own. Flash Vision Esports stands tall, and the chance is here for them to redeem themselves after rounds of upset. Monboy, the only one standing in the way, and they will find the angles and shred them to peace. Raul down to this situation where he will have to clutch it all off, respecting the territory, and Bonboy is out. PBE 10th place finish, being absolutely shunned around by the rest of Flash Vision.
That's a very unexpected turn of events because I was expecting FVE to be in trouble. They were down in numbers. They were sandwiched between two teams, but yet the situation turned around and PBE is the one that went down. Chewy now in trouble though. It doesn't really matter now. None of the shots are going to be hitting him. His teammate is still very, very much healthy, but for Chewy, it's going to be very hard for him. Stuck between enemy and the blue zone. I don't think even Raul can get him out of this, but oh my god, Raul, as I said that, gets picked off. Chewy is so very low. Chewy needs to survive here. And it is so, I'm at the edge of my seat. This is hard.
And West Point Mamba says, I want a piece of that pie. You guys have been making all that noise. As for Flash Vision, they absolutely forgot Power Esports was around. And Power, they never left. Perhaps they think, oh, we took long enough. So this team has actually been on the move. But they've been waiting for those points to fall into the back. Few with those 3 points in his pocket. This is where we'll see where not. Can they basically pull all the weight in order to be able to make it to the top 4 at the very least? Whereas more things happen across the map, though the dust has settled for a little bit. They only have 25 seconds from here to make a move.
We were just talking about shredding just now. If we looked at the Vipers, they were actually shredded by WPM, I believe. Sorry, Asia. We saw the aggression come through. They lost the fight, and this is honestly not the outcome I was expecting. But for Asia, for them didn't manage to do well in the last few matches, and they want to reclaim their throne for chicken dinner again. I think this is their, I would say, redemption arc. Or in their pocket this time. They're doing pretty well. And look at this terrain they're playing on. They don't have the circle, but it's enough for them to just really send those shots out, get those picks.
And that's a target they really want. If they can eliminate Yangon Galacticos, eventually they'll be able to find their way into the top 1 position. But currently, as we speak, Newbie marching up alone, and he does find 2 knocks, or should I say 1 knock apiece on each respective team. We'll be able to take one out as Nangs comes in to save John, the main fragger of the team. And Nangs, just being his backbone, have been able to reap so much rewards. This team currently has 9 illusion points, but is about to be stopped on their tracks with Newbies soaring away. And Newbie, he is down on the ground. More members are coming away. Game Lab, they cannot afford this mistake though. Do they have enough? And they're slowly being whittled down. Kai, last man standing, can he survive? Oh my goodness.
What a plot twist. It's been a plot twist on plot twist here, but we did see Amin get another kill just now. But this is a very interesting situation because FOD barely managed to get the reset.
John!
Still get it, and John blows up Scotty. What on earth is happening here? As Ahmed, the final member alive from Axis, is just doing the heavy lifting. He has 6 kills in his pocket right now. Throws out another nade. Is surrounded from all different areas, and he's literally yelling, "If I'm going down, I'm bringing you guys down with me, like it or not." Throws up the sprays. He is one ballsy guy walking straight to the smokes, no information, nothing, and just spraying out. What the heck?
This is a game of clutches, and we've seen plenty of it right now. Army really has to pull off a miracle against the rest of Power. And now, with the Blue Zone setting in, there is a chance Army can hold on. There's not much nades left. Power is low, but they will heal up. Now they're ready to push them on. And Amir, he's slowly being wrapped around. The pressure is on. The arrangement is being settled. And he's still present! Oh my goodness, Amir is a god! Amir now down to 1 versus 1. And he will not get the final blow, but he almost did it. The power of the Singaporean squad to stand tall till the very end. Secures the 7th place finish. Almost making into the top 5.
Amir really making a statement play there for Axis. All on his own, really pulling out all the stops on the final match of the day. Now, WPM, we saw the damage come through from them. They are so separated with one another, but the firepower coming from them is insane. Michi all alone is throwing shots to SKR just now, and you can see that even though he's alone, he's not afraid to take these fights. He's not afraid to send those shots out because he knows that he can sort of like play mind games with them if he wants to. They have no information where the other members of WPM are, and the situation, you're sort of panicking, like, where are they? Where am I getting shot at? And Michi here changes his perspective to the member of Asia. Scary.
Interesting loadout with the M2496 time scope as well. Camper is going to be able to find one out of SKR as they're all on the lower ground. And this is not the place to be at this current threshold. There is a lot of wiggle room as Ladriela is being a tough challenge to majority of the teams that are playing across this region of that northeast, or should I say southwest. So with that in mind, at least they do have a little bit more room to protect themselves. Mewtwo almost getting blasted off. He knows that he couldn't really go in for a save. Camper putting so much suppression upon them. And this is where Rek really got to save his own life for the time being. SKR will turtle in. And that is the end of Power as they ran out of resources. And almost being taken out by that clutch play that Axis Fighter brought.
Dang, in this situation, anything can happen, and today is definitely showing us that as sprays come through from Astro going toward Yangon Galacticos. As we see Cute Loki eating up all that damage. We did see Loki actually pick up a kill right before that as well. So he survives, he gets a kill, and he's gonna be so smug about it.
And overall, just look at 2 rounds in a row, right? Inside of Myanmar, West Point Mamba has been showing off every single picture perfect rotations, and they also have great elevated control, and they're not giving much space to all those that are trying to climb upwards. So this is going to look pretty tough for the side of Austria, as they are trying to squeeze their way into the central areas of the plains. And then now, Camper is being tagged out from down below. SKR Mewtwo, he finds him right under.
This is a do or die moment for WPM. Want to come up on top. They have all the numbers in their favor. They have the high ground in their favor. They have half the map in their favor. Odds are in their favor. This is, I would say, the ideal win conditions for them. But yet, in this map, or this matchup today, over and over again, we're seeing these really interesting plot twists that has happened. And Asha, Camper, has been making so much noise, so much damage. He's been literally making so much impact for his team to the point that Michi had to give away that space.
That's right, and it really boils down to the final fight, and we can't even determine who exactly can actually emerge to even challenge the rest of West Point Mamba right now. But I'm surprised at the tenacity of SKR. Even despite them having so little cover, they are still remaining with 2 members just by hugging at the tree. This is where Yangon Galacticos managed to secure their way into another top 5. And speaking of which, SKR eventually falters as they don't really have much more room to hide. John Doe, they are pushing forward all together alongside with Nangs. This deadly duo is at it, and they are the ones to shut down Yangon Galacticos.
Man, Yangon Galacticos go down for eliminations, but FOD now in trouble. Michi with the sprays. 13 eliminations for the team. Regardless, it's one beautiful situation to be in. Asha 3 versus 4, down in numbers, but we know, oh no, as I was just speaking, Astro gets blown to smithereens. WPM doesn't seem like they want to push up just yet. They're still holding on to their situation because they have the prime area. They are in the high ground. They don't have to push out, and they know that eventually over time, Asha will have to push out towards them. But Michi, probably impatient, wants to go for the skills, wants to go for that KD. Federalis from the other side, Michi as well. They said, you know
shotguns.
What? Screw it. We're gonna run forward. We're gonna go for the jump shots. We're gonna go for the sprays. They're just dancing from left to right. Federalis goes down. Eventually, Raptor wins this. But this is the plot twist we were not expecting. But winner, chicken dinner. Going to WPM, nearly losing it to Asha.
What a perfect round to end the night. We've seen so many clutch moments, and West Point Mamba finally brings home the chicken dinner back to the Philippines by the end of day 1. And we expect a lot more good things to come out of this team who has been able to thrive under pressure. And that situation in Ladriela, we saw so many teams vying for that chance, and they had the longest duel with Asya. So perhaps with all this information that they knew beforehand, they could basically wrap things around. And you just look at that sheer confidence on that final push. We've seen before, the X tried to do so. They held back. This team holds nothing in return, and they are fully rewarded.
Man, this is one of the most intense matches we've seen today, where everyone was stepping up. Everyone was doing the hero plays. Now, despite the MVP here being mixed, WPM has had a really, really good, I would say, all-round team play. Everyone was pulling their weight. And if you see how they play here, it isn't together. It's very, very separated. But in that situation, they still are able to have that crossfires going around, still able to assist one another. And they are really, really, I would say, down for this really high-risk, high-reward plays. That has been the pattern for them today. And I don't think this, I would say, situation will be changing anytime soon. It's been working out in their favor. And I think that what's great about this team is the fact that they're able to commit to all the fights that they pick, and they still manage to come out on top. Because from beginning to end, how many fights have they been in, and how many times do we see them end up with 4 at the end of the game?
Yeah, and also for the fact that they secured this chicken dinner without needing that many utilities. They just play high ground game all the time, defended themselves, understanding the entirety of the sector of Ladriguela through all these nukes and crannies and valleys to protect themselves well enough, and then trade right back. And if there's any other MVP, you definitely got to give it to Amir, but these are the teams that definitely made it to the top 4. Yangon Galacticos have been able to hold on despite the pressure coming in from Asia to chase up upon them. But Cambodia as well as Myanmar today have shown so much strength, and this is just the beginning of it. So we also start to see the rise of teams hailing from the Philippines, and then FOD definitely had a lot of clutch factors, and there's so many clutches. Speaking of which, like, we started off with FVE. Flash Vision was absolutely outnumbered, and they definitely clutched the situation by taking out the entirety of PvE. Then comes this situation at the very end where FOD, they fought tooth and nail to secure their top 4, and then to the moment of the chicken dinner. OJS played well, but not as good as West Point Mamba in terms of how they control the ending.
I think also West Point Mamba had the, power in numbers, if you may. 22, our lucky number of the night. Only one map going to 18. This is a very interesting situation. The Mercury Retrograde is very strong today. Okay, I'm just playing around here. But coming down to that, FOD coming up on top this time with 18. I have to say, we're seeing all these teams really starting to show the colors. We're starting to see the consistency and which teams will end up on top. But also, we are seeing teams like KE, which I think 2 games in a row was like top 5, and now suddenly they're back to 0 points. And they are taken down by a team that we did not expect to really just come up on top on day 1, and it's because of one particular player. It's just Amir from Axis, and I really want to see more of him eventually as we go to tomorrow. Regardless, number 1 right now with 45 points and 1 chicken dinner, only 2 points ahead of Yango Galacticos is just WPM. Now, if you see GE as well, only 1 point behind, you can see how competitive it is. Number 1, number 2, number 3 right now. Even number 4, actually, think about it. And number 5, 39, 38, Osha as well as FOD. Now, this is where the disparity happens. APG and KE with 27, each 26, 18 and 17 to Enigma, FVE, and TX.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race, and West Point Mamba has proved a point in today's run, not being all too flashy, but has the great execution to secure.
Not flashy? Are you kidding me? They were flashy.
I don't think it's like the flashiest, because Amir definitely outshine everybody on the flashy plays, right? And when we turn over to the second page, this is where we see a little bit of a tight race with, you know, from 11 pointers down to 16. There are still many opportunities for teams to catch up, whereas for Burmese Goals, I don't think they're having a particular good round throughout the course of all 4 matches that they have played out, where they only secured 3 total eliminations, and in terms of ranking points, they've always faltered very early on. So they definitely have to look back on what exactly to do to catch up to speed against the rest. Now, let's go into the summary. We got a lot of cool graphics in store for you. Look at how consistent YG has been. They have not only the highest elimination points today, they are being matched by FOD, whereas they are also offering high damage numbers, high survival time, and every single round they have always been in the top 5. So same could be said about FOD, but of course the different departments. Yeah, and it's really surprising to me like how well these teams have been able to get adapted to the pace in day 1 itself.
It's not just about adaptation, right? It's about like how they're able to survive day 1 and how much they've learned in day 1. And this is where things get interesting, because on day 2, you have a little bit of time before the match tomorrow. What are these teams going to be talking about? What are their coaches are going to be saying? What did their analysts find from these matches? And what can they do to counter these plays from the other teams? Which teams are they going to really watch out for? Now, speaking of that, the MVP race currently going between 2 members of WPM. It's Migs and Michi. And honestly, not surprised, because these 2 players have been doing a really, really good tag team situation. They've been working together. Eliminations are close. But we can't also forget about Pov and Marnay from KE and YG. They've also been very consistent as well. But I have to say, WPM, the biggest, well, I wouldn't say like you said, not the flashiest, but I would say the biggest impact today. Because everywhere you go, you can see the rotations are very long, because they are actively snaking around, looking for kills, looking to farm those points. I think they already had a mission in mind. Their mission is to get as many points as they can and survive for as long as they can as well.
That's right. Right now, the Philippines will be the one sitting on top with the representation of WPM. Who have been able to thrive with all these great long-range battles, and majority of these points actually came from Myanmar itself. And I do look forward to tomorrow's Myanmar rounds to see if there's going to be a power shift in between certain teams out there, and Popov being the leader of the pack for KE. Things have been looking pretty good for them until they were invaded by Axis Fighter, and then when you look at the fight that X's Final offered, you definitely know that they deserve to stay in longer to just witness Amir doing his thing. So with that in mind, of course, that is all that we had for our final round. And of course, you return to us, Tash Bunny as well as Contra, to slowly digest. You know, day one has been amazing. This is
amazing.
This is what we actually expected out of the Southeast Asia wildcards, where, you know, they have been the diamond in the rough for many seasons, and finally they have this long-running league to prove themselves with a hefty amount of prize pool. And I think this is just the start of something magnificent. And with that in mind, more clutch plays will be happening tomorrow, Tash. So I guess we'll take our time to predict who's gonna be the top winners tomorrow.
It's really hard to predict because, as I said before, this is where we really have to figure out what exactly they're thinking. And I'm really looking forward to this because this is a very different way of playing compared to the leagues that we've seen, the elite leagues, because it's very aggressive, it's very different, the adaptation is different, and I love seeing these different plays from so many different regions.
Yep, I believe that's all that we do have for now. My name is Contra. Here alongside me is Tash Bunny to be your casters of the evening. And thank you for joining in. Make sure you follow us on our social media, on PUBG Mobile Esports, and everywhere else in between. And for now, we bid you good night, and we'll see you guys same time, same place. Till then, catch you around.